Yeah, please do.
Hey guys,
You're
just
live.
doing a mic check.
Mic check, mic check.
You guys hear us? I saw one person in
Jay
chat.
Tatum.
19
Oh,
viewers.
19 viewers. What's up? Somebody in chat give us a hey, what's up? I can hear. I can turn on my phone. I think I got everything working somehow, miraculously.
Nice. Yeah, we're gonna go back to coming soon screen.
I'm never
Just
gonna
wanna
say we didn't need
check
Courtney,
the
though.
mic. We got you. All right, thank you, Skip. We'll see you guys soon. We'll be starting soon. Appreciate
Yep.
it.
Perfect.
Welcome in, everyone, all Star Wars fans. We are here with the top 16 of the 6K tournament for the Bothan Invitational. I am Jeff Creasy. I'm here with Jonathan Fisher. How you doing this morning,
guys?
Jonathan?
Doing great, feeling good. We got some early birds tuning in live right now.
Trying to get the worm.
I know a lot of people are going to want to watch this once they wake up, so excited to have you.
Yeah.
If you're here with us now or in the future. So, what's our first matchup?
First matchup is George the Hulk on Cad Colossus versus Sunny D on Han 1 Green.
I'm actually excited for both of these. I
Yeah.
mean, I love George, right? I gotta cheer for George in my heart. But I looked at Sunny's list, and there's a lot of jump to light speed, and it seems to have a really good Django plan. I think people are going to be excited.
They can hear you. Do you go right for the stopper?
Yeah, you're good.
You can put the stopper.
So yeah, this is a super exciting matchup. I was talking to both of these guys, and we saw George on stream a few times, and Guy on a similar list for this Cad Colossus over the weekend. I don't think we've seen Sunny D yet on stream, but I was talking to him about his list. I played a lot of Han 1 Green last set, and it's really interesting how it's changed. Last set, it was really good against Django, because Django was a lot of 3-2 ships. You had a lot of ambushers in space. You could cast the U-Wing reinforcement and just win the game.
We're in it.
Oh, we're in the game.
They're going.
We'll talk about this as it plays out then.
Oh, transition.
Yeah, transition. We're in game one here. So this is game one, Cad Colossus against Han 1 Green. So it looks like George's turn one play was the Sedan pilot, and Sunny D Han actioned into a Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
And so another interesting factor here is these players knew their matchups going into after the Swiss. They knew their matchups and they knew the deck list coming into today.
Yeah, they knew it last night, so
Yes.
they've just been.
Yeah,
I know George was up testing into this, and to the exact list.
Yeah,
Throw it together and get a buddy to play it.
and it's really interesting. So I've been talking to a lot of the Top Cut players about whether they like that format or not, and there were some really cool responses. One of the players brought up a really good point, that the fact that we have two pools, it would be, if we didn't have an overnight break and a top cut, it's just a massive advantage for anyone from the first pool that they got 7 rounds of break going into top cut. And it's not super feasible to do that many rounds in a day anyway. But a lot of the players are really excited about the analyzing and skill that this can add to the game, where you can sit here and understand your opponent's lines, you can understand their sideboard, but it also depends on the matchup. Like it can bring a little bit of a more it's a little bit worse for people who think they have certain trump cards, or if they're playing an off meta deck. George was like, "Oh, absolutely, this is worse for me, because people can see my list and know exactly what I'm doing." But I love it. Is what George said.
Of course, he would always say that.
Yeah,
but I think it's better for the viewers too. They get to see a matchup where these players have sat down and thought about each other's decks. They've looked at the rest of the top 16 to think about how they're going to play it out. We're going to see like really clean play.
Yeah,
and
it's going to be amazing right here as well in terms of. Wow, so is that another Sedan?
Boba unit, another Sedan. And is that Relentless Pursuit?
I believe that is a Relentless Pursuit, yeah.
I don't know the art as well. That
yeah.
one.
But it's interesting, too. I was talking to Crispy, who made it into Top Cut with his Von Reg, and he was saying that, yeah, the extra time to look at lists is whatever. But he just enjoyed the fact that you get to be rested. I know a lot of times in a PQ-type situation, you're just so drained after Swiss, and then you have to play Top Cut.
I actually love that too.
Yeah.
I feel great right now. Having to do it at the end of the day can be really tough. Everyone reads that card.
Yeah. Well, it's a card. It's a really good card in this list. So George loves his smuggle cards, but it also really helps the fact that he's playing Colossus. So this is a smuggle ship, so you can just resource it, play it later. And if you control an underworld unit, which, spoiler alert, Cad Bane always controls an underworld unit, then you get to give a unit -3/-0 for this phase. So now this Han only attacks for 1.
Yeah, some of the challenge can be just having another unit at all.
Yeah.
So as long as you have one. And I was thinking yesterday, if that card read restore 3 health on your base, everyone would play it, right? It would
Yeah.
be so obvious that it's good, and it's just not as obvious when it's -3. But if you think about it that way, it's a strong card.
Yeah, it not only healed 3 on his base here, it also let him attack the Sidon,
Right,
Sidon
it sets up
pilot into
combat.
Han, because and the pilot didn't die back.
Right.
So here we go, coming into the next turn. So I feel like so far both players are kind of okay with how this is going. I know Sunny D wants to be more on the aggressive side. He built this deck to be more aggressive.
Right.
So I think he would be happier if he was a little bit higher damage on base, but his Han didn't die immediately. It's not dead on board. So I think he's okay with that. He's got an active Kira right now.
He can generally go as wide as he wants. Like, I don't think there's any main deck board sweepers. Do we have Laser Blast in George's list?
No.
I don't think we do. So Cad Bane unit is his big board sweeper.
Yeah, exactly.
Put damage on everything and capture 3 units when you play the 7-drop Cad Bane unit.
Yeah. We see the Blaster here getting in for 6. So Sunny D's starting to put in the damage.
Yeah. He also Sunny has the new, I think it's called Tandem Assault.
Yes.
Like Rebel Assault, but it does
So,
+2.
space unit
attack
and a
with
ground unit.
space,
Yeah.
Attack the ground, give the ground +2 if you attacked with a space. And we were talking about how a lot of his units get suited up. He's got blasters, he's got pilots. So a lot of times when he plays Tandem Assault, he's attacking with a piloted space unit and an upgraded ground unit for a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's like a non-rebel Rebel Assault.
But what we were talking about is how much more damage it does than Rebel Assault.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal here, having to cover so much health. And coming into a turn where you see that you have 2 upgraded units, you've got the Tandem Assault either in the row and you've got tech, or in your hand, and claiming initiative a little early to get a big boost of damage before they can stop you. I expect to see that a lot, especially if Sundeep wins this matchup and starts facing Jangos. That's one of the ways to beat Django. Take initiative and attack with really tall units.
Yeah.
Especially 2 really tall units.
Yeah.
A great way to handle Django.
Yeah, absolutely. And I talked to Sunny D before this matchup started about how he did into Django over the weekend. He said between the 3v3 and the Swiss rounds, he played against it 6 times and went 5-1, and the only one loss was a Django 30 that was built kind of different than the Tarkentown deck. So he went 5-0 against Django Tarkentown specifically with this list. Right. So it's definitely got a lot of game into it.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at the list, and I really like his Django plan.
Yeah.
His U-Wing reinforcement package is also really nice. If you U-Wing on 9, you've got Blue Leader that can ambush for 5, in addition to everything else. So it having cards like that makes your U-Wing even more modular.
Yeah. So George does get rid of the Han. He shields the Kira, so he's clearly not worried about what Kira is named, which I'm honestly not sure what it has named.
True. I am going to find out for
Go
us.
ahead. Yeah, the Kira was a while ago, and we were yapping about the decks in general. But he does have a tech out. Every Han is usually pretty happy when he gets to have a tech out.
Boba unit.
Gotcha. Yeah, so the Akira is naming Boba Fett, which covers all versions of Boba Fett.
That's right. You just say Boba Fett. You don't say Boba Fett Disintegrator. Another interesting part about the open deck list, cards like Kira, even if you don't see a card in their hand, but you know there's like a really key card, or something with multiple overlap like that, you can just name it to keep it shut down.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of times you can just kind of do that anyway. Like a lot of people, I think they go too hard on naming, oh, you have 1 card in hand, fine, I'll name that, versus naming the card that you think is probably in their deck that you're worried about.
Yeah. And if they have all their resources, a lot of times it's probably still correct. But You got to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I just
sure.
as an example, I was playing in I think I was playing in a PQ with Han Green from last set, and so the deck wants to resupply into U-wing reinforcements, and my opponent cured me when I was on 7 or 8 resources with one card named. That one card was resupply, and they said, well, I'll name resupply, no. And so I still just played it because I didn't have anything else to do, and then I top decked the U-wing reinforcements, played that for 7, which I wouldn't have been able to play if they'd named. So like, I think you got
to think about that.
Yeah. I think sometimes people do get too hung up on naming a card that is in hand. And sometimes you can disrupt their turn, and that's the right thing to do, and sometimes you can't.
So we have a Relentless Pursuit.
Yeah, Relentless Pursuit here. Making sure, trying to keep this board a little bit clear. Now, the Starfighter does not get the shield. It's not a Bounty Hunter unit, but it is an arena that Sundeep is currently not in. So it's safer than any of the ground units, which are also not Bounty Hunters.
Sundeep has 3 blue leaders. Pretty easy to clear it if he finds one of those.
Yeah, if it survives this turn, though, George can put a shield on it with Long Pike. Mm-hmm. So Sunny D has basically this turn and then probably one action next turn, assuming that he's going to have initiative, because it looks like George is going to have some more actions to take to clear this and get his unit back.
Both players still have 3 resources. Someone asked about resource tapping. Tapped the resource.
He played 3 for Relentless Pursuit, right? And he tapped 3. So
both on 6. I see Relentless Pursuit. I'm not seeing it, chat. Go
he
ahead.
played Relentless Pursuit for 3, and he tapped 3. I was talking about other stuff, so I might have missed it, but that is what I see right now.
Yeah, but bring it up.
His Relentless Pursuit's an event that just costs 3 to capture.
The DJ resource.
Oh, gotcha. Captured a DJ. He got his resource back. So Sunny D tapped the guy. Oh, gotcha.
Oh, he has tech out, so he DJ'd, and then George got the resource back.
Yeah.
It should have been tapped.
Just go out there and double check. Just talk to the judge. Don't interrupt the game. So we're going to double check that because I see what you guys are saying now. Yeah, because you are allowed to tap the DJ resource. So that's what they're talking about now. It looks like it's not affecting George's plays. He currently has 1 resource left. So now he should be tapped out. And that's what they're talking about now. Because it depends on if Sunny D did exhaust the resource and give it back exhausted or not. I think we can probably not use the door stop, but... Alright, so they're currently having the judge call about the resource. It looks like George did tap his last resource. It didn't affect the turn. But yeah, whatever state the resource is in when you get it back is what state it stays in.
Right. And the players can, as long as they have at least 1 exhausted resource, they can rearrange so that their opponent's resource is exhausted.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever I do when I DJ someone is...
immediately rearrange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another point. There are 2 unique sedans out there right now.
Uh-oh. And George owns both of them.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
We're going back for that one too. So it is 8 a.m. for the players. We're we're getting there early in the morning. It does not matter that one is a unit and one is an upgrade. They are both unique cards with the same name, so you can only have one of them out. All right, we got there. Yeah, it kind of makes it. I could see it potentially being in the rules that if one's an upgrade and one's a unit, they're counted as different. They are not, regardless of the fact that also Sedan plays the ground before he goes to the pilot. Either way, so
It is an easy thing to miss.
Yeah, it's very easy to miss.
Given that one's on the board and one's an upgrade, you kind of forget about it a little bit.
I've missed it before on unnamed digital platforms where I'm playing an R2 unit and then I already have an R2 pilot and I forgot that I had the pilot and I'm like, wait, why is it asking me to kill one of my units?
Yeah.
So
those programmers doing their job. 19 on base for George, but not a lot on the table. Sandeep has Ewing, right? So a lot of ability to refill the board.
He does. He has fewer 7s than a lot of the old Han lists. And he only has 2 Ewings in his main deck. He's not playing the full playset. But he has the Mandalorian, Big Falcon, Tantive 4, Enfys Nest. He only has 4 7-drops in his list. Sorry, he also has, he only has 4 7-drops in his list that I'm seeing. So,
yeah, he's got the unit Hans in the sideboard.
Yeah.
I talked to him before the match. If his opponents are on unit Hans, he wants to have some to be able to contest it. But he didn't want them in the main deck.
And I like that because Unit Han is not very good against Django right now. It doesn't kill Django leader. It only kills War Juggernaut if they ping it themselves. Yeah. Or if you otherwise deal damage to it.
Here is the Ewing. We're going to try to refill.
Yeah.
I think going as wide as he can is the answer to try and stress George's ability to handle the board. But when George spends turns using the Smuggle row, it lets him keep a lot of cards in hand. Yeah. And if you look at George's list, there's a lot of very cheap non-smuggle cards. So after he spent a few turns smuggling, he's going to have turns where his hand is just full of cheap cards. And he can fire off, 3, 4, 5 different cards. It's
one of the things that I like about this Cad Colossus deck as well, because there's a lot of this game, especially when you get to the late game, is about who has to act first. So if you have a lot of responsive cards, but you can say, okay, I'm going to attack you for 2 first. I'm going to play this small unit first, or this small card first. You get to make your opponent act before you decide which card you're going to use to answer which threat.
It is 8 a.m. here. These players have just woken up. This is their first match. I don't expect these kind of mistakes from these guys. They're going to clean it up.
And I believe there is a judge nearby. There are a few judges walking around. We do have 8 top cut matches going on right now. So they're
top 16.
Top 16s. They're going around all of them. We have another Kira coming in off of the Ewing reinforcements, and a blue leader that will ambush.
It's interesting that the blue is ready.
Ambush into the Sedan.
Ambush has changed. It doesn't ready anymore.
Yeah.
With ambush, it just stays exhausted. We're so used to it. Some keeps doing that.
Yeah. Well, even if it doesn't technically ready, I like that as a reminder that, I've got one more win play trigger to go
just
after this Kira.
Just remind himself as a player. Yeah. Just a little mechanic there.
So what do we see here? We got a Power of the Dark Side, a McClunky, a Pike Sentinel, and a No Good to Me Dead.
I mean, this is what we're talking about. The cards George keeps in his hands are generally very cheap. So he might name something like CAD Unit or something that he knows is expensive in his deck that could actually get
But
shut
also
down.
this Power of the Dark Side. No, the Power of the Dark Side. So you're not worried about power because you can kill the blue leader.
Yeah.
After it ambushes. All right, No Good to Me Dead was named. Yeah. Looks like that's what George was showing the camera.
Okay, great. Lost Ronin. This rule has some pretty forgiving take back rules. Honestly, this game does.
So basically the reason that especially if you come from a place like Magic, where takebacks are kind of harder.
Yeah, you might not be used to this.
Well, the difference here is that since we have an action by action system with no instant speed interaction, if your opponent hasn't taken an action yet, you have gained no extra information about what they have, and that's the key here. If you're playing a game with instant speed interaction and you say, oh, this spell resolved, wait, I want to take it back, you learned information that your opponent allowed that spell to resolve.
Like they didn't have a counter spell.
Yeah, exactly. And so we don't. So if your opponent has taken extra actions, then you won't be able to take things back usually.
Colby wins game 1. Okay.
Okay, so on we have a backup feature match, which is CoDameron versus Mitchell, and CoDameron is on Django 30, Mitchell's on Sabine ECL, and CoDameron won game 1. I I don't think we'll be able to get to that match. It will probably be faster than this one, but we wanted to showcase these decks anyway.
Yeah, during sideboarding, we can at least
Yeah,
pull
during
it on
sideboard, we
screen.
can pull it up and see how it's going. But we do have 2 feature matches. This will probably be the slower, the longer lasting of the 2 matches.
So George taking out the tech using Blaster
Yeah,
on Long Pike. I like that a lot. I mean, you don't want him to have the tech.
yeah,
Tandem Assault, very dangerous card from the row. There's a lot of dangerous cards.
yeah. And it's interesting to me that that Sundeep named the No Good to Me Dead there. I don't, because I feel like he's trying to go wide
Yeah.
more than he's trying to, it might not worry about it as much, but
I know Tandem Assault is an important card. He could just want to make sure he's set up for it at the start of his
true.
turn.
I mean, he's set up for it right now.
Yeah, we might see it here. It's a great way to push damage with what you have already on board, and then use the rest of your turn to try and develop more.
Let's see, how many Djangos made it to top cut is a great question. I have that information. Let me find it.
Is it 6, 4, or 6?
It is. I know it was 2 from pool 1, and I
Yeah.
don't remember the number from pool 2.
Yeah, I wanted to say it was 4, but
I
could not. I could be wrong there.
It is 5. 3 Tarkin Towns, 2 30s.
So 5 total.
5 total.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 3 made it in from pool 2. 2 made it in from pool 1.
So it's George's action, if that token is correct.
Oh, I believe there's another judge call about resource, maybe from smuggling.
George forgot to smuggle.
So
Yeah.
resolving it.
Yeah.
And resolving it. So if you guys want to go to Colby, you can.
Okay.
And come back to George.
Yeah, so we're gonna take a look. So this is the start of game 2 of our backup feature match. So this is Sabine ECL against Jango 30. We know the Jango 30 won game 1. And actually these 2 players played each other in the Swiss. And Colby got a very tight 3 games in this matchup in the Swiss. So, but both players are already familiar with this with this matchup.
Yeah, it's a unique take on Django, almost just because he's not playing Tarkin Town. All right,
Yeah.
we are gonna go back to our main match. They're back in progress.
Oh, and we do see the tandem assault that we were saying Sundeep was set up for.
Yeah, he definitely wants to start his turn that way, and then go from there.
An interesting play line. So when Sunny D played the Kira, my first thought was, oh, he doesn't care about Power of the Dark Side because he has this blue leader that he can sacrifice to it. But that would have prevented this tandem assault from
Right.
being able to happen as his only space unit.
Right.
So maybe that Power of the Dark Side could have been more impactful in that play. 'Cause there's a lot of damage now.
Yeah,
We're at 27 damage on George's base. He's playing Colossus. You got to get to 35.
and the initiative token is this little red token in the bottom of your screen. I was looking at
Yeah.
the Bothan hand token George was using. Sundeep did have initiative there.
Yes, the red token that perfectly matches the marker on the playmat. That's right across from it.
And before the match, I told them how cute they were with matching playmats. Look at that, they both showed up with the same playmat.
Yeah. These PQ winners still doing well in tournaments. It's like they're good
Look
at this
at
game or
them.
something.
So, George, it's Sundeep's action. George used his action to clear out the DJ
Yeah.
with Islam, which has 1 health remaining.
So there's a Falcon. Now it's interesting for Tandem Assault. We're on the other side, where now Sunny D doesn't have a ground unit for Tandem Assault.
Yeah, if he has an L3 in hand, that's another part of this kind of strategy with that card, is to deploy a sticky unit that's a lot harder to clear in one turn. So that sets you up for Tandem Assault the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's only 2 Tandem Assaults in the deck.
right, so we did have the L3, so now we've got a space unit and a ground unit again.
There's exactly the L3, yeah. Setting himself up, but then George is like, I know what tricks you're up to.
Yeah, well, this is a very unassuming blue leader until you think about the tandem assault aspect.
Yeah.
Oh, and then McClunky.
I think Sundeep's like, it's my action.
Yeah, I think George was assuming that Sundeep was going to claim, and he does.
Like, let me do it, bro.
Yeah.
Clearing the board. I mean, this is where George wants to be. This is the reason he's playing Colossus, to have this kind of space to play in, even after he's almost at 30 HP.
Yeah.
Or 30 damage on his base.
Yeah, still 8 health left for Sundeep to get through.
We've already seen one U-Wing. We know he only has 2. We've seen 1 tech, I think. I think tech is another card that's going to give you access to a lot of options.
But you've also got to worry about the cards like Power of the Dark Side. So you need units that you don't mind losing. Then you need to get to your units that you care about, which in this case could either be a tech or it could be space units, so that you can try to get in more damage in space. Because George has a lot of power in this ground arena right now.
Yeah, and he's starting to have the time to use Smuggle to do things like heal his unit and put an experience on it.
Mm-hmm.
Play a little ship in space, like kind of dirtle a little bit. It depends. Like Sundeep really has to put some pressure on George, or he's going to be able to use his resource row and keep his answers in hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Future turns. Another aspect of this CAD deck, once you are in a good state, you start to turn the corner really quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, look at he's got 12 damage on board.
Is the Tantive. So now he's got 2. So this is perfect for Sunny D. We said he needed to go space. We said he needed multiple units.
Yeah, he's doing it.
This is both of those things. You're getting the 2 for 1. And this is one of the reasons that I think Sunny D probably likes Tantive, is in these kinds of control matchups where you're worried about power. How do you play a unit and get it to stick? And you get your build your own power fodder into a 5/7 space sentinel.
Yeah. We have no good to me dead to just shut it down for a turn.
And there is the power.
I'm still gonna fire it off. We know it's just gonna kill your token. With 2 resources, options are pretty limited. We've already seen an L3. There's only 2 in the deck.
Yeah.
So starting to get a little limited there. It could play like a Luke pilot or something, but just gets eaten right up.
Yeah. I believe Colossus is the only new base outside of new colorful 30 HP bases. There are 2 Colossi in the top cut. Yeah, actually, there's ECL, Tarkentown, 30, and Colossus are the only decks, the only bases. Sorry.
Yeah.
30 of various colors, but
none of the 5 less cards in your deck. None of the 10 more cards in your deck.
No lake countries.
No lake country. Maybe next time.
There were some Nabat villages in the 3v3. I don't know how many there were in the 6K.
Yeah. This Lumpike also can bully the ground really hard right now.
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
The Tantive in space. He can shield the Tantive.
Yeah.
And maybe clear it with a CAD unit, or because it has 7, right?
Yeah.
7 health. Or a removal event in the future. So the ground arena is a pretty dangerous place to be right now. Even that 1 health on that guy, he can just keep going.
Oh, yeah.
As long as there's something to throw a shield on.
The deck lists, I believe, were all made public. I know the players have had each other's deck lists overnight. They got them at the end of Swiss yesterday.
Yeah.
So we have the deck list, and I believe they're public through the Melee links for the 2 pools.
Yeah. You can go to Melee and look at the top 8 list there. We don't have like a separate place where we've just published the top 16s. You'd want to go look at each pool in Melee, and that's something we'll make sure we publish after the event's resolved.
Yeah. The important part was making sure the players had each other's deck lists before the top cut and overnight. So just so that there was no spare advantage from some person having more information than another.
And we're gonna get these lists to you for sure. They are already public, so we're just we'll help you make sure you have access to it.
Hotshot Blaster again on Long Pike. He's dual wielding,
and this is part of why you can close the corner so quickly. Hotshot Blaster is already powerful because it's an upgrade, not just an event.
Yeah.
But then if you blaster again next turn, they add up real quickly.
Yeah.
And your opponent's just dead.
So Sunny D is excited. He says, "Hey, I have a 5-power unit. You're at 27 damage." And George is sitting here saying, "Well, I actually have 20 power on the ground myself, and I have 35 health on my base. So you're not as close as you might have been."
I expected no good to me dead on the Tantive. Is that what we saw? Did I miss it?
Probably. We'll see if it untaps here.
Yeah.
I was looking at deck lists on my phone.
Yeah, I expected him to do that, and it looks like he did, yeah. There's so much damage in George's Ground Arena. Buying a turn is enough.
Yeah. Buying a turn is definitely enough.
And with what we're looking at here, I'm expecting game 1 to go to George.
I mean, he has lethal in the ground right now. He has 14 damage on the ground, and Sunny D is at 16 damage on his base now. Trying to let's see.
Was there a blaster on his CAD?
I thought there was something on it that I don't see.
I think it's under it.
I think it's under it.
So 16.
I think there's even more
16,
damage.
Yeah. He's got plenty.
Yeah. Looking through Sunny D's list here.
Oh, so he did not. No good to me dead.
He has ambush. He has the Han Solo pilot, which could ambush and kill the Pike Sentinel, but that's still lethal with the blaster on CAD.
He did not know good, so
yeah.
He could Han pilot on the Tantive as well for 7, which is 1 short.
Yeah.
Wait, not 1 short. 27.
It is 1 short. Yeah. That goes to 34.
Okay. Yep, 34.
Commandeer, no valid targets.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking through Sunny D's list to see what he could have. Blue Leader is another ambush unit that he could have. So he could try to have 2 ambush units.
And that makes that Pike Sentinel so critical here.
Because he has 10 resources, so he could have Blue Leader for 5, ambush the ground. Han unit for 5, ambush the ground. So he could have had double ambusher. Or U-Wing into double ambusher. Starting with the attack.
We haven't seen the second U-Wing.
If he has the U-Wing, then you still start... Yeah, so I like this play. You still start with the attack with a Tantive anyway.
What are the double ambush options?
So he's looking for Han... Oh, he can't get Han Pilot and Blue Leader because that's a 5 and a 3.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if he actually has double ambush.
I don't think he has for 7. I'm not seeing any Sentinels. The Mandalorian, I believe, lets him exhaust units when played.
Yep, I agree. Lost Ronin with initiative, he could have taken the LOM with Change of Heart. And we saw it on stream earlier. Change of Heart taking a Devastator from Django.
Yeah,
was really critical.
There are no Change of Hearts in Sunny D's list. He has Commandeer instead. Right.
Yeah, Lost Ronin saying he's not sold on Commandeer.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Change of Heart.
I was actually talking to Sunny D about those spots. He has 2 Cunnings in his sideboard, 2 Commandeers main, and no Waylays in his list. And he was basically saying that he likes Commandeer as kind of a combination of a single card that gives you a Change of Heart / Cunning effect where you don't get hit with that unit, and you also get the bounce effect.
George wins it.
So George wins game 1. Yeah, that was a solid showing from Cad. I think Colossus really showed its merit there.
Yeah.
And
I think what he could have found is Mandalorian. Because that would have tapped both ground units.
So that's what he was looking for, is Mandalorian to tap both units.
Yeah. I was trying to think, what could he find? Yeah.
I think he still needed something else, because then George could claim an attack for the last 6.
Yeah.
But it would have made him live that turn.
Yeah. Yeah, George could immediately claim there. You have 2 left. I don't think there's anything with the 2 that saves him.
George won game 1.
Yep. So let's just peek in at the other match.
Yeah, so this
while they're
is
sideboarding. I'll keep an eye on the other table.
So this is game 2. Django is up a game in our match here. Django 30, so no Tarkentown against Sabine. So 8 health left for Sabine, and 8 health left for Django.
So I'm not going to update the names because I don't have 2 name setups. We're going to be switching back immediately.
Yeah, we'll switch back once game 2 starts to keep you guys on our main feature match. The 2 players are sideboarding right now. We have a Ruthless Raider that's been snuck attacked in, and a Bright Hope here blocking up this ground arena. Django and Sabine are both deployed.
Ooh, I do have it. Okay, I'm going to update.
Okay. I'm curious what Colby's going to do with this Django. I think you have to take out one of these units here because you can't afford to die to Rebel Assault. I think you take out the Battlefield Marine. Yeah, Colby agrees. So a lot of times against Sabine, you want to kill the leader first, but killing the leader turns back on the ping, which is just going to be an option for that. You don't want them to have because they'll only do it when it's advantageous to them. And the Ruthless Raider dying wouldn't kill either unit, puts them both to 1 HP remaining. So now if Mitchell tries to go for a Darksaber play or anything like that, then Colby can just play any of his infinite tapping or damaging abilities to tap Sabine and make sure that he doesn't get hit with that Darksaber, which you would have to do anyway if the Darksaber went on Battlefield Marine. So a lot of times against Sabine, I think it's worthwhile for more players to think about, do I even want to kill the Sabine leader or do I want to kill the other unit that's on the board? And we see deep in the tank here. So now Colby only has to deal 6 more damage. He has 5 in space and 3 on the ground. Sabine has initiative, but can't kill this Django on board. So Mitchell needs to have something here to not go out right now. The other 2 players are shuffling up, but it looks like either way this game is going to end in the next turn or 2. So we're going to stick with this for the next couple of turns and see if Mitchell can take this to a game 3 or CoDameron's going to close it out in 2. I don't see a token, an X token on the Energy Conversion Lab. So there are a lot of options there with ECL. Notably, Django has 4 health left, which is not a health total that Wrecker likes to see. He likes to see 6 health or 1 health.
Yeah.
Because with Wrecker having the Enters ability and Overwhelm, you usually want to try to get if you're the unit you want to ambush into at 6 health, you can deal 5 to it and then ambush into it to Overwhelm for 6.
This comes back to Colby's choice of playing a 30 health base too.
Yeah. If Colby was on Tarkentown right now, Tarkentown obviously could have saved some health by killing a unit earlier. We don't know. We haven't seen the entire game state leading up to this. But yeah, he would be dead to a Sabine attack if he had 5 less health.
Who has the action right now?
It is on Mitchell on Sabine's action. He claimed, and I believe he's deep in the tank because he sees that he is dead on board if he can't kill this Django. And if he can kill the Django, he's dead to 1 extra damage, which could be another Ruthless Raider, could be triple Dark Raid into Devastator. So he's thinking through his options right now. Yeah, ECL Poe is a really good shout because then you can kill Django and one of the space units. I would imagine he doesn't have that, or he would just snap it off. Because yeah, ECL Poe would be his best line. I'm not 100% sure he has ECL up. Not every player uses the X marker, and we haven't been watching this game. But yeah, Mitchell deep in the tank. It makes me think that he doesn't have a clear best line here.
Sundeep has Han resourced. George played a Bazine. Sandeep, it's on Sandeep to use his Han resources in the other game.
Yeah, we'll go back to that in a second. We're gonna give Mitchell another little bit of time here to see if he can find a line to get out of this. It's looking like he's in a pretty rough spot. I think he clearly doesn't have the Poe.
Oh, George's Bazine discarded a Millennium Falcon, and Sandeep did not have a turn 1 play.
Wow.
Oh,
That's wild. He got Bazine scammed on the Han turn. That's not what you like to see as a Secret fan.
it's my first time meeting Sandeep. He's a super nice guy.
Same.
Like, I would have been. I want George to win, but I would have been happy to see him move on as well.
Yeah, I knew of Sunny D because he's a figure in the community. He's on a prominent team. I knew of him, but I never met him in person or really interacted with him online. He does have the Poe. Interesting.
And did we just put that ECL marker on?
Yes, the ECL marker was just put on. So Mitchell did have the Poe. So I guess he was thinking about which modes to take and which unit to kill. He's discarding 2. I would imagine he's going to make Colby discard a card out of hand. Yes.
We've got a Kira resolving in the other matchup from Sandeep. George with unspent resources. I'll keep my eye on that so we know what Kira named.
Yes, and then there are 2 cards in Colby's hand. We'll go back if this game doesn't end this turn. We'll go back to make sure that you guys get the feature match and don't miss too much action. Colby deciding what to discard here.
George played I Am Your Father on Kira, and Sandeep chose to let the Kira die.
Good call. Don't give your opponent cards.
That's a lot of cards, yeah. Especially with a 35 HP base.
Let's go back to our main match. So the other match is not over. Mitchell was able to ECL in the Poe and give himself some time. So that maybe they'll be going to a game 3. But we want to try to get you back in this. So Sunny D used Han action and then missed his turn 1 play because Bazine named the only 3-drop in his hand of the Millennium Falcon.
Yep. Then
now
George attacked with his Bazine. Then George used I Am Your Father.
I Am Your Father to kill the Kira.
We don't know what Kira named because George didn't flash a card up, and I didn't see Cindy point at anything. Mm-hmm. So it's just a verbal communication there.
But it didn't name I Am Your Father.
He did have a power in his hand, so I think he named
probably
the
named
power.
Made him use the I Am Your Father.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I mean this is exactly where George wants to be. Where the more resources you get on the field with George having that 0 damage on base, the happier he's going to be. Yeah. And one of the nice things about this Cad Colossus deck is he doesn't need 0 damage on his base. Health is a resource. And this deck is really good at utilizing, okay, I'm going to take some damage now to set up my better turns later.
What did this 4 resources go into? What did I miss?
There's a Chewbacca in the discard pile.
Yeah.
Oh, so I think that was Han utilized.
Yeah, but there's 4 resources.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened here, how those resources got spent.
I mean, George is a I Am Your Father fan.
Oh, yeah.
To him, it's not just a fun card.
Yeah.
He thinks it's good.
I mean, he's not wrong. Everybody's trying to deny cards to Colossus decks.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So they're going to choose the 7 damage mode quite often.
I mean, you should choose the 7 damage mode quite often, regardless of what your opponent's playing, to be honest. Yeah. But
answering Han on the flip is exactly where you want to be.
Mm-hmm. It might have been. Oh, I think it was 3 resources for a resupply, and then that puts the 4th one down. That would make sense. So actually, Sunny D told me that was one of his favorite lines in this deck. Yeah. It was an okay line last set in Han Green to resupply and then play a 3, but really Han Green before wanted to try to get into the 7s. But in this deck, Sunny D doesn't have that many 7s. He recognizes that his 2 most popular matchups were going to be Django and Quinlan. Neither of those decks let you get to 7 by attacking with Han. Yeah. So he said what he loves to do with this deck, and one of the reasons that he's so low on 7s is that he's... he said the reason that he's so low on 7s is because what he wants to do in this deck is on the 5 resource turn, resupply to go to 6, and then flip Han, attack, and go to 3 that way, and then play a 3-drop.
Yeah.
And if they don't let your Han attack, it's not the end of the world, and you get
Yeah.
to do it kind of surprisingly a turn early, so they might not be ready for the tap. Whereas normally if you're at 5 resources, they're going to be very ready to say, okay, you're going to go to 6, you're going to flip, and I have a plan for that. So you kind of make them have to think off plan a little bit.
Yeah, and that sequence is played out a lot over the weekend where the Han player is not able to get to 7. So as a Han player, you always want to have a backup plan. It sounds like Sandeep has constructed his deck such that this is really his main plan, and being allowed to get to 7 is his backup plan.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, do they let me get to 7? Okay, we'll see what I can do from here, but I'm going to plan around them not letting me get to 7.
Yeah, the plan is more you surprisingly get to 6, and then if you get to 7, whatever, it's not a big deal. Then it's getting to 3.
I mean, and you don't always have resupply, so I'm sure like his entire flip turn is crafted around, they're not going to let me get to 7. What's the best I can do from there? So do see Ewing. It's been a tough game so far for Sandeep, who I need to change the labels. But this again, I think this is the way he gets back into it.
Yeah.
Did he have a Ewing in the sideboard? 'Cause the sideboard.
I am checking. Sabine and Django, for those asking, is still going in that game. That looked like it was going to end that turn. He does not have the 3rd U-Wing in the sideboard.
Okay.
I believe he said he did at one point and then took it out.
Interesting. So we did have some other matches resolve.
I got G1. G1 is match over.
Nice. Okay, Guy has won his match. Brandon has won his match.
And John Carr. So John Carr notably was playing against Crispy's Von Reg that a lot of people are interested in. So that matchup is going to be. It was streamed on McClunky Gaming's Twitch, and they should have that VOD up as well.
Just real quickly while waiting on action there. So that's you can see in the upper left is Guy on Cad Colossus. He beat Eric on Quinlan ECL, and then John Carr was on Django Red 30. He beat the Von Reg.
Yeah.
So we're not. You said is that the one they streamed? Yeah. So you can see
that's
that
the one
on
McClunky streamed.
Yep.
I told Crispy before this round started. I said, "Hey, I need you to do me a favor and win because we need to get you on our stream as well." Everybody's been wanting to see that Von Reg deck, so you can see it on McClunky Gaming's Twitch stream. Definitely check that out.
And then Brandon on Cad Green 30 defeated Sabine ECL. So let's go back to live. Just wanted to show that real quick.
Yeah, we'll keep bringing you results as they come in for this top 16. We have a Greedo here to ping the Falcon. I'm not sure what Kira named here, but we do have. So it looks like the U-Wing reinforcements found a Kira and a Millennium Falcon. And it is Cad Bane flip turn. So George could kill the Kira with attacks if he wants to, but it seems like he's okay just playing the Long Pike. We'll see if he kills the Kira, then it means it names something that he cares about, and it looks like he is going to do that. So it was a good Kira name by Sunny D, whatever it was.
I'm just making sure we can interact with chat.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with SBO. Usually, giving your opponent options is bad form because you're just letting your opponent pick the option that's better for them. But with I Am Your Father, it's pretty much always the better option for them is to deal the damage. So you can more or less think of it like a damage card. And if someone makes the wrong choice, well, what is usually the wrong choice and gives you cards, you're very happy with that too.
Also, hello SBO. Didn't see you in the chat. He's one of our Palpatine players in the main Star Wars Discord thread. Very active. Love interacting with that. That's the only thread I interact with.
So you've corrupted. You're corrupting the.
No, they're super active without me. Like I just chime in every now and then. These boys are trying to figure out Palpatine, SBO.
No, I actually I like Palpatine a lot as well.
Yeah. He also gets a lot of respect in that thread.
Nice.
People love his list, so great job, great contributions to the community. Oh, I also mentioned George, and SBO was one of the people that was really excited about this CAD deck.
Yeah.
He mentioned he played it on, as you say, unnamed digital platform, and I think he said he went 5-1.
Nice.
And I was pretty excited to see this.
Yeah. George here showing why Long Pike is strong. Like, it can feel bad to get a shield on this Falcon, you think, until you realize that you have either so much damage to constantly pop the shield, or just so many other removal options to get rid of the unit that don't care that it has a shield on it.
It's such a bully.
It is.
It just gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and then it gets blasters, and it gets jetpacks, and it gets another blaster.
It doesn't even matter how much damage is on it, oftentimes.
Boba Fett Disintegrator.
He does have 13 on base, and a pretty big unit on Sandeep's side that he's going to get a swing in with.
Yeah, I think Sandeep needs to add to this board quickly, though, because he doesn't want to lose this Falcon plus pilot to a Power of the Dark Side.
Yeah.
And it can also still get captured by a Relentless Pursuit, regardless of the pilot that's on it. So.
Yeah, after drawing 2 cards, that gets pretty scary here. So it's a big question. Do I just attack, or do I add to the board?
Yeah.
I think I attack. I'm interested to see how Sandeep approaches this. Yeah.
And SBO, my co-commentator here is Mr. Jonathan Fisher himself. Savage Dragon on Discord in some places.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so in that Discord, it's Savage Dragon. A 90s comic that I named myself after when I was a kid.
Nice.
It just sticks. Yeah, a lot of us have names like that.
I mean, my Discord name is based off an NPR pun because my roommate at the time kept blasting NPR, so I made it my Steam name.
Yeah. So he doesn't have power, or he probably still would have fired it off because this is a really valuable target, even though it's already attacked for the round.
He is getting a second shield on Long Pike, so he's not worried about this Falcon. There is a Spark, so he has no answer to the Falcon in hand. But I think he just understands that his deck has a lot of answers to it.
There are 2 Sparks on the sideboard. So, we kind of knew they were going to come in here.
Yeah. And this goes back to, you see this and you think, oh no, 2 cards in hand, Spark is bad. Spark is bad for George. He started with 1 fewer card. But usually he is okay with this. Sunny D
loves getting sparked.
Yeah.
Update: Crusher won 2-1 over Clueless.
All right.
Oh, okay. We have Crusher from McClunky Gaming beating Clueless 2-1. But yeah, George is usually okay with getting cards because he's still sitting here playing cards. So Sunny D used his last card in hand to discard a Sentinel, and George was still able to attack for 6.
Yeah. George is an audacious smuggler. Yeah. He's fine getting sparked. He talks a lot about how excited he is when people spark him because he's like, I've got all these cards in my hand right here in my resources.
Sunny D sitting here, though, showing George that he's not the only smuggler. He's Sunny D smuggling in a big Falcon. So this is a lot of pressure. This is 10 power in space. George is at 17, so it's a 2-turn clock in space. Sunny D is at 19, so let's see, this is 6, 11, 13. So George has 13 damage on the ground that Sunny D has to deal with. So Sunny D has lethal in 2 turns, but George is lethal in 1.
I think it's more, so 6 from the Long Pipe, 5 from the Boba, 3 from the Greedo.
Oh, I didn't even see the Greedo. I thought that was a Long Pike or a Pike Sentinel. That's a Bosk. So yeah, it's even more damage.
He's got
Sorry.
a lot. He's got 15. Yeah. He's got 18 damage on the board.
Sunny D's got to get something this turn. I don't think I'm looking to see what kind of pump options he has. He has Bamboozles in this. He has Cunnings in the side. If he brought in a Cunning, that would be his out here where he could tap 2 units and buff his Falcon. Yeah, so I think that's his main. I don't know if he boarded them in, is the thing, but Cunning, Han Solo unit doesn't help because there's too many things he has to kill. The Long Pike has a shield, and that's the highest attack unit.
So he's gonna. He has the initiative. So he's gonna have an opportunity to get his 1 attack in.
Yeah. And yeah, 18 damage.
And what pilot is on the Falcon?
Han Solo pilot.
So he can't use. So you can't use Han Solo. He's already used that because that has some action compression.
Well, you could just play a second one on the Big Falcon, like attack with Small Falcon, play
And
Han
then
on
play
Big
the second
Falcon,
one,
but
yeah.
that's not enough damage.
But I saw George draw a power. Yeah, how much do we need? He's at 17.
So he needs another
3,
18 damage.
18. So it's 3, 4, 5, 10.
Yeah,
That's
so
only
George
12.
needs to get in 11 damage, and Sundeep needs to get in 18.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of
And
damage.
George
Here's
is
Ewing.
all over the ground.
I mean, this is a start. I don't know what he can hit here.
So one thing here is blue leader only counts for 3 with Ewing, but then you can pay the 2 extra to have
Yep.
a 5/5 ambush on the ground. So that's
He can
probably
ambush
something he's
one
looking
unit.
for.
I believe he is still, even if he takes out the Boba unit, he gets a
Mandalorian.
Luke pilot and a Mandalorian. So that is 2
Okay.
taps. So I think that saves him for this turn, correct?
Right.
He gets to tap down Lom Pike
And
and
it further
Boba.
insulates from power, at least
Yeah.
an immediate power. I think that's a great play.
Yeah, absolutely.
He may have smuggled previously. I'm not sure. I'm not going to go out and
Yeah.
ask the players about that one.
Yeah, we didn't. I didn't see the beginning of this turn. I don't know if he had a Han ability or not that he used previously.
Yeah.
And I don't want to interrupt the game to make the players try to think about if he Han ability last turn when it's this late into the turn.
I'm not going to interrupt when I'm not sure about something like that.
We see the Relentless Pursuit, so he captures the Small Falcon.
So this will be the 5th time I've said it this weekend. Relentless Pursuit has overperformed.
Mm-hmm.
Piloted units, you're often piloting cheap units.
Yeah.
So you've got this really tall unit that can be Relentless Pursuited by a lot of your bounty hunters.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Should get a shield on the Boba unit. We'll see if the players catch that. I will run out for that. Looks like they're not. I'm just going to go get that taken care of.
Then we see the power of the dark side from George here. It's a little more impactful now that so the Bosk trigger was able to kill off the Luke. Relentless Pursuit captured the Falcon. Bosk trigger for 2 to ping the Luke down, and that makes this power of the dark side a lot more impactful. So Sunny D had a really good Ewing, really solid plays to make sure that he doesn't die and to try to get back into this game. And George just doing his best to just clamp his claws down on this game too and get out of here in 2 games.
Just 2 resources left. I'm not sure what's in George's hand. Have we seen it? Have we seen flashes of it?
No.
Okay.
I don't think he has anything in hand.
Oh, both of them.
Yeah, I think both players are empty-handed. The
playing with
last
their
card
board.
for Sunny D was the Ewing. So
George
Sunny
going
D
straight to
claims,
base.
George goes to base. I like the going to base a lot here because it makes the Bosk and the Boba and the Lom Pike all lethal. It may look like you want to try to take out that Mandalorian, but you've got to just count up the damage and realize that you can't die in one action to this Mando, and you need a lot of your options to be lethal. Because if he plays another Mando, he can tap Sunny D could tap 2 units, and that's still not enough. Yeah, Sunny D going through his options here, and for an update on our backup feature match, it looks like they are in Game 3, so Sabine was able to pull that out, and if George does clutch this out
Yeah, we'll be
in
able to
2,
go watch
then we'll
that.
be able to go watch the Game 3 of CoDameron versus Mitchell.
That's exciting. I'd
Yeah.
love to see Colby win this with his spin on Django.
Yeah, the Django 30 is really interesting.
So I definitely, we have to like George's position looking at this.
Yeah,
Except because Mandalorian attacks for 5, which puts him at 32.
yeah. So basically, George hit the transition point.
27.
Early game with this deck, you're saying my deck is full of answers, and I'm gonna answer your plays. Then you get to the late game and you say, my deck is full of questions. You have to have the answers.
And that CAD ping, oftentimes you're pinging by deploying units.
Mm-hmm.
So the CAD deck is always being active on the table.
Yeah, so we do see the cunning. So this saves Sunny D again for this turn, where he gets to bounce the Bosk and tap the other 2 lethal threats. The boss does get to come back down and kill the Mandalorian if George would like to. I think I also see a No Good to Me Dead.
Yeah, definitely.
So a lot of options. I would imagine he just wants to do the No Good to Me Dead here so that he can get another lethal threat again.
So he could possibly deploy the boss without.
He goes for the
Does he have a
Greedo
CAD
attack
unit?
first.
Do I see a CAD
No,
unit?
I don't think so.
I thought I saw one.
So he goes for the attack first. So now he still has 3 lethal attackers. I think his thought here is that Sunny D might need to claim and not get the Mando attack in anyway, and then he gets to replay the Bosk.
I mean, yeah, I can only think of Second Cunning as a way to survive this board state, but George has all those resources.
Yeah, so if Sunny D attacks for 5 with Mando and then has a small Falcon in hand, he doesn't have it. Sunny D throwing out the hand, so George the Hulk wins in 2. So both Cad Colossuses in the top 16 move on. Oh, yeah, so Sunny D pointing at the tandem assault that he resourced.
Yeah, and part of the plan is to play those with tech,
Mm-hmm.
but George wasn't letting him have a tech.
George
That
has
was
won
not
a PQ
happening.
with Mono Han. He knows
He
better
knows,
than to
yeah.
he is the smuggle master. He knows better than to let a tech survive.
He
So,
knows
yeah,
about that technology.
We're going to switch over to our backup feature match. So this is game 3 of Django 30 against Sabine ECL. There is a Poe out for Sabine, which is usually a spot they want to be in. We see Django with a fairly wide board here, but Poe can deal with wide boards usually fairly quickly.
So we think they're 1-1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we saw that other game resolve.
Yeah.
So they are 1-1. Okay, all set up.
Yeah, I agree with Ray in chat. Tandem Assault has really impressed me when I've seen it in some of the lists like Sunny D's. I think that was a different Cad Green that I saw.
There was a Quinlan
A
ECL.
Quinlan ECL
Yeah.
that really utilized that card well.
It's great. I mean, we already know how good Rebel Assault is. If you're
Yeah.
going to be in both arenas, it's a great card.
Yeah, and it's one of the things about this set is I think it's very critical to be able to be in both arenas because sometimes you play against a deck that just locks you out of one arena or the other, and or just completely tries to race you in one arena or the other, and you have to be able to answer both arenas.
Now these rounds,
Match update: Ian beat Richard Symbiote 2-1.
Okay, so we see Lego Pizza beat Symbiote 2-1 in the top 16. So Lego Pizza advances.
and these rounds are an hour and 15 on the clock. I got tape in the door, by the way. You can close it all the way. So whose action is it? I was setting up
That
stream
is
stuff.
a good question.
Okay,
It looks
okay.
like there are 2 initiative tokens, 1 on each mat.
That is a lot on CoDameron's side.
It looks like Mitchell, the Sabine player, is pointing and thinking. So I think it's his action. I think he's deciding where this Poe needs to go, and what it needs to do. But he might. Oh, he's ECLing. Interesting. So he's not attacking with the Poe first, which makes me think he's killing Django with something because otherwise. Okay, he's ECLing a Fleet Lieutenant, so he's going to be attacking with the Poe. Poe's not a rebel, he doesn't get the +2 bonus, but you can still attack with a non-rebel unit. So he gets to ambush into something. So he could do something like ambush into Django, ambush into the Guerrilla Soldier, and then in the same action, still attack with Poe. And so now also Poe could go to base, could go to Django. So Poe goes to Django, and then he could discard to kill the IG-2000. I would imagine you want to do that. If you don't do that, it's very scary for Colby because it means he likes every card in his hand enough. He think it's gonna outrace the IG-2000.
Yeah, I think I would. He's also at a place that for the Sabine player where he can stop resourcing.
Yeah.
To keep all his cards in his hand. A lot of matches is finished. It's getting really loud on the floor. We can hear it now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, also the 2K, it started.
Oh, the 2K started.
Yeah, the 2K started
That's right.
9-ish, so yeah.
So as we've been hidden in our booth, many people have flooded into this building.
Exactly. He's discarding 2, so he's making Colby...
Getting rid of
Oh,
the
so he's killing the
shield.
Shield and the Crafty Smuggler and killing the IG-2000.
So you can kill my Fleet Lieutenant, but it comes at a cost.
Yep.
You could also soften the Poe for a ping to finish it off.
I believe we see another IG-2000 in Colby's hand. So he could play that this turn, kill the Fleet Lieutenant, ping the Poe, and then kill the Poe with the Crafty.
Right.
Which, if that is an IG-2000, I would imagine that's the line.
I don't know what does he have a plan for the other 2 resources? Does he have a better 6 resource plan? I can't tell.
It's hard to be better than killing Poe and Fleet.
It's a pretty good spot.
I would pay 6 for that.
Yeah.
It looks like he also has
Yeah.
a triple dark raid. So I think he's deciding, do I want to do the guaranteed... Oh, that's a Ruthless Raider.
Ruthless Raider.
He has the Ruthless Raider, not the... I thought it was an
So he'd like to
IG-2000.
find a tank or an IG or something
Yeah.
that can ping both of these units.
IG, yeah, any multi... There's
see
the
a
War
tank.
Jug. So the War
Yeah.
Jug does the same thing, where he gets to ping the Fleet Lieutenant, ping the Poe. He can also ping the Crafty for an extra damage. You don't think this Sabine's going to be able to interact with... you don't think this is going to be able to interact with 3 resources? Anthony in chat talking about illegal play. It is not illegal to attack with a non-rebel unit with Fleet Lieutenant. You can
Right.
attack with any unit, but it only gets a buff if it's a rebel. So
Yeah.
Post just attacked in for 6.
It just doesn't get the +2. Rebel Assault says
Yeah.
they have to be rebels.
Yeah, Rebel Assault has to be a rebel. Wing Leader can only put XP on a rebel. Fleet
Right.
Fleet Lieutenant, you can attack with any unit.
Yep. Yeah, some of these cards give like half a benefit or like
Yeah.
half effect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so choosing to ping his own units makes sense.
Yeah, which makes a ton of sense. So you're basically you're assuming here that Sabine can't deal with a 1 health Crafty Smuggler, which is
ECL's down. That's their
Yeah.
interaction. It's not on the table.
Yeah, and
it's a pretty safe assumption.
Yeah, I would agree with that assumption unless you get in 1 more damage with the War Jug. Yeah, so for a cause here, not what Sabine wants to do. I think they want to use this more to dig for cards than to just do 4 damage. Because they need to try to find... They know their Poe is dying, and there's going to be a War Juggernaut next turn as well. So, I'm not sure... You could keep the Cassian, but even it's not great in this matchup. Yeah, I think I would just bin all these. I think I agree with Mitchell. You want to dig for just more big threats. Could be digging for more Poes and Wreckers.
And with the daring
the
raid,
daring raid, so he doesn't
send
even
the
have
smuggler to the base.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to.
That's powerful.
Yeah.
These units like a
to
Crafty that
attack
just
into the Poe.
attacks every turn.
Yeah.
It adds up over the course of the game quite a lot.
Yeah, he only has to do 7 more damage. And likely this Crafty will be able to get in for 2 more. I don't believe... I know I glanced over Mitchell's list. I don't believe he's on timely reinforcements. I talked to him about his list. Because I asked him about how he feels about Sabine this set versus last set.
Mm-hmm.
And I really agree with what he said. He said that Sabine needs to get closer to what it was in set 1. It needs to be more of an aggro deck. So the mid-range option, it got a little more mid-rangey in set 2 with the Poe and the Wrecker.
Right.
And it kind of stayed that way in set 3. So he feels that Sabine really needs to go kind of back to its roots because you have to get under these Djangos. We see now that he's in this late game scenario, and that's a lot worse for him, where every the Django is going to have all the options to tap his units when it's played. He needed to get he wanted to get a much better head start on this damage race, so that Django doesn't have the ability to just say, okay, I can just play this Ruthless Raider and don't have to worry about anything. I don't have to claim. I don't care if you have initiative, that you have no big threat that's gonna one-shot me. I don't care if you have your for a cause.
We found the same in our testing, and that's why a lot of our players brought Blonde Sabine, because it can really go wide, try to go under the Django.
And there's the handshake. So CoDameron takes it in 3. Well played to Colby, and also good job to Mitchell too. Sabine ECL was not the most represented deck today, and he got it into the top 16. He beat some Djangos on his way to get there. He lost to Colby, I believe. Yeah, he lost to Colby in the Swiss, in a tight 3, and it looks like this was another tight 3. We didn't see all of the games, but the parts of game 2 that we saw were intense and very tight. So
Right,
yeah,
there's only one of these matches that I don't know how it resolves. So I'm gonna go find out for us. If you want to start going through the brackets, I'll be right back.
yes.
The bottom right is the one I need to find out.
Yes.
Philip versus
So we're checking on Philip from McClunky Gaming on Han 30 versus Tyler on Django Tarkentown, and so for the rest of the bracket that you see here, so going at the top left here, going at the top left, going down in Eric versus Guy. So Quinlan ECL versus Cad Colossus. The winner of that was Guy on Cad Colossus. When we look at the next lower, Ian Klein, Lego Pizza versus Richard Hines, aka Symbiote, in a Django Tarkentown mirror. Lego Pizza won that. So we're going to have Django Tarkentown versus Cad Colossus in the next round. Guy versus Lego Pizza. When we look below, George Hudson versus Sundeep. That was our main feature match, and we saw George Hudson take that in 2 games. When we look below that and we see John Carr on Django 30 versus Crispy on Von Reg 30. That was the McClunky Gaming feature match. So if you don't want spoilers, mute for a few seconds and go watch the McClunky Gaming Twitch. But John Carr took that on Django 30. So we're going to see Django 30 versus Cad Colossus in that section of the bracket. Moving to the other side of the bracket, this was our backup feature match of Colby CoDameron versus Mitchell Sheehan. Django Red 30 took it over Sabine ECL in 3. We go below that in the bracket, and we're looking at Austin versus Christopher Lewis. Django Tarkentown versus Quinlan Tarkentown, and believe
Austin won.
Django. Yeah, so Austin won that on
That's
Django
Crusher.
Tarkentown. Oh, that's
you might know
Crusher.
him by Crusher. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, so that's Crusher. Crusher defeating Cluis. Django Tarkentown over Quinlan. So that will be a Django Tarkentown versus Django 30 on that side of the bracket. And then the last match, the last section here, we have Brandon Dennis on Cad 30 taking out Elijah on Sabine ECL. And then the last matchup down here, Philip Samuelson on Han 30 versus Tyler York on Django Tarkentown.
Tyler has 23 or something damage on Philip's base right now. Not much damage on Tyler's base. Tyler has a Devastator on the table. They're in game 3. They've got about 4 minutes left on the clock.
Gotcha. So advantage Tyler in game 3. The winner of that will play against Cad Green 30. So Cad Green, I think Cad Green is actually comfortable into either of those matchups. It is kind of designed to beat Django, but also does pretty well against Han.
Do you guys have a
All right, guys, so we are going to take a short break while this top 16 first round finishes up. When we come back, we'll let you know who won the match between Philip and Tyler, and we'll be back with the top 8 after this. Thanks for hanging out.
See you soon.
All right, welcome back, guys. The last update on the final match that was going, it was Philip from McClunky Gaming on Han 30, taking it over Tyler on Django Tarkentown. If you want to see Philip continuing on his journey, he is going to be playing against Cad Green 30 on the McClunky Gaming Twitch stream. So tune into that if you want to follow Philip on Han 30. What we've got for you here is Guy Cohen on Cad Colossus against Lego Pizza on Django Tarkentown. And so that is the matchup. They are shuffling up now, and they are about to get started with their game one. So we are here about to start the top 8. We are getting our visuals set up. The players have not started yet.
That looks good. So the players are playing with their mats just a little bit askew. The cameras are not quite right, but I mean, it's like a fraction askew. And they said they're good with it. All right. Let's get that there. About to give you guys the players.
Yeah, we're about to switch over to the table cam. You are not missing any action. They're still shuffling and haven't started yet.
And there we go.
There we go.
I'm fixing the names. Yeah.
We're working on the overlays as we go.
I wanted to give the people the view. The names are coming. The names are coming.
And if you ever think to yourself, "Wow, that Guy guy has an amazing playmat," that's because that's my playmat. he left his at the Airbnb and borrowed mine.
That's right. What a beautiful playmat.
Thank you. I got it from CubeCon this year, which is also an amazing event for anyone that plays Magic and likes Cube.
CubeCon.
Mm-hmm. It's a multi-day event that's all based around different cube drafting stuff. It's a ton of fun. Really good event.
People bring their personal cubes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to change this to say top 8.
Yeah.
How exciting.
All right, they are getting started here. So
this is untimed, by the way.
Yeah, so no, top 16 was timed. Top 8 and above is going to be untimed. And this is a rough bracket for Ian. So this COD Colossus list was kind of designed to try to take down Django repeatably. And if Ian faces this, he might have to play again against George on a very similar Cad Colossus list. So
yeah,
Ian is may have to run the gauntlet here, but he is also an incredibly good player. In my opinion, one of the best players in the world. So if anyone can do it, he can.
They said, George said yesterday the difference was Guy found room for the third Relentless Pursuit. Yeah. Which we've seen it perform so well.
So George has 3 of the Sanctioner shuttle, the 2/2 ship that with an Underworld gives a unit -3/-0. Guy cut the third one of those for the third Relentless Pursuit. That's the only difference in their lists.
Yep.
And we see there the Crafty Smuggler get dealt with by the Cloud Rider, so you can choose the order of the Wind Played abilities. So Guy said Wind Played, ping the shield, and then after I ping the shield, ambush in for 3. Then another Crafty Smuggler answered by a Power of the Dark Side.
And this is the Cad Bane theme. Keep the board down to 1 unit. So I know where the ping's going.
Yeah. This Cad deck has some of the best turn 1 and 2s you can have in this game. It then tries to kind of hang on after that and get to the late game where it can flourish again.
Right, before your opponent can start deploying 2 units per turn, it's naturally going to be 1 unit on the board.
Yeah, but it's very often that you see... Oh, sorry, it's not 1/1. This is game 1.
Updating Carlos.
So it's very often that you'll see this deck go into the 4 and 5 resource turn with 0 damage on its base and an empty board. Ian here getting the Triple Dark Raid into the Ruthless Raider early. And this is an interesting spot. Even if there is another Power of the Dark Side, it still gets in 4 damage.
It is game 1.
Yeah.
L. Issener. I messed up the interface. We're
You're
reset.
good.
I believe we're fully reset now.
Lompike from hand, interesting. So you get the ping is irrelevant because the Ruthless Raider is going to get bounced, but it's good habit to always do it anyway. playing out the Long Pike is fine here. I think as the Colossus player, you'd rather be able to try to play things from Smuggle, but getting it on the board this early and being able to pump out shields when you need to. He also gets initiative this turn because the triple dark raid is obviously makes you take more actions. So nice to have the Long Pike out. And just for reference, our backup feature match, if we get there, we'll hopefully get to see at least a little bit of it, is CoDameron. So the same Jango 30 that we saw as our backup feature match last round against Crusher from McClunky Gaming on his Django Tarkentown list.
That's right. So it's a Django mirror, but not exactly.
It's Tarkentown versus
different.
30,
Yeah.
so it's actually really interesting to see the differences in the 30 versus Tarkentown variants. We'll definitely check in on that a little bit. But we want to keep our main match here where we can, which is the
Colby.
Cad Colossus versus Django Tarkentown.
Colby asked me, what's Crusher playing? And I said Django Tarkentown. He did a double fist bump and said, yes. So he likes this matchup for him. We'll see.
But the other thing about, I mean, every player that made this top 16 and especially the top 8, they're such good players that they understand these matchups, and nothing is a given.
Yeah. And they've had the night to, think about how they're going to approach it.
So we see the power of the dark side into the Django flip. Ian, respecting the Long Pike, he understands how brutal that unit can be if left unchecked, especially once it starts getting blasters and jetpacks.
We've seen what a bully it can be, for sure.
And if your phone can scan that QR code on the stream,
that's right.
then you can get into our Bot the Network Discord, which is a free Discord. We love to talk about SWU. We've been not talking about it as much in the public section because we've been testing for this event and for the sectors, but we're going to start going back into those and making content and stuff again really soon. So yeah, hop in there if you want to talk to people about Star Wars. It's just a free place for people to hang out and vibe.
Yeah. And I mean, even with that, not talking about decks and stuff in public, we're iterating. We're figuring that out. We love interacting with the community. I mean, here we are, throwing the biggest tournament ever in this game so far, and we've put so much time into it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a lot of effort, and it's because we love doing it. I mean, Milan's happening, more players, but we're giving out more money than Milan,
Yeah.
right? A lot more money.
Oh, yeah, get out of here, Europe. Jeez. So Cad flip into the Django flip. Bazine here. So Cad is going to get to attack.
Ooh, there's a Cad unit. Oh, that's a great Bazine.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
And we were
Cad
just
unit,
about to be on the Cad unit turn.
Yeah, Cad unit is the real closer in this deck. So being able to Bazine that out, and Ian knows that, which is why he waited until 6 resources to Bazine, giving Guy as much time as possible to draw the Cad, so that he knows that okay, the next turn is clear, which is the turn that you'd play that out.
For the time we've had it on stream, we've seen them close with blasters quite a lot, or Cad units. Yeah. So that blasters on their units, the other way to close out the game for sure.
It's interesting sequencing. I think I agree with it, but Ian could have triple dark rated first to try to tap the Cad and save his Django, but I think he's okay with this outcome because now also he knows that, well, it's very unlucky if there's a power of the dark side. It means that it was drawn off the Bazine.
Sure.
So the way is mostly clear for this War Juggernaut to hit the base.
It does 6, so we can either clear the leader or go base.
And notably, he's not pinging the Bazine here, which makes sense because he wants to leave 2 damage open for this Cad ping. This Cad ping, he can ping the War Juggernaut pretty safely, but for next turn, he still has another 2 damage sink without killing a unit for the Cad ping.
Yeah. And he already has
Taking
enough
the
damage
Devastator
to take out the leader as well.
Yeah. Oh, he does put it on the... not triggering the Cad, I guess. But also, Ian could have just put it on the War Juggernaut, so not the biggest deal.
Not triggering the Cad.
I guess it only
signals
matters...
McClunky.
Yeah.
I like it. Telegraphs McClunky a bit.
Yeah, so Ian takes out the Cad here instead of going to base. I like that a lot. The ping for 2, it can be brutal, and that's how the damage starts adding up really quick.
I'm curious if he had McClunky in his hand, because If he did, he could have used it if Ian had not taken out the leader.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been interesting. I'm not sure if it would have mattered too much. Two to base. Having a Space Sentinel is really nice for sneak attack and TDR.
Yeah, and it's a Space Sentinel with 3 health left, so even if you TDR sneak attack into a Ruthless Raider, it can't kill the Jump Master without attacking into it.
The Devastator can clear it, but the others cannot.
Yeah, and we knew this War Jug was here, so this was always going to be the likely play.
Big, strong exhaust effect on that Bazine unit. Look at that. Can't attack with Bazine. That sometimes matters with blasters.
Yeah. Second Lom Pike. Now this is the danger zone kind of for Ian, where he has this for lack of a better term, stinky little Bazine sitting here.
Right.
That,
you may want to sack it here.
Yeah. So this is where this Cad Colossus deck puts you in a lot of difficulty, because if you sack the Bazine, you leave yourself open to power the dark side. If you leave the Bazine there, then Lom Pike says, "Great, I'm going to put a shield on your Bazine that neither of us care about, and be able to hit into your War Juggernaut or your base for free, and just shield my Lom Pike and pop the shield there." So it really makes Ian decide what he wants to play around. And you just kind of have to hope you pick the right thing.
Ian has initiative. It looks like Lom Pike is well set up to clear the War Juggernaut.
Yeah.
So you may want to start with an exhaust. We'll see what he chooses here.
And notably, the Sedan Pilot giving War Jug -2/-2. Normally, this War Jug would be 7 power and be able to take out the Lom Pike in an attack. But the -2/-2 means it's only at 5 power, so the War Juggernaut cannot kill the Lom Pike in one attack without assistance.
And it means the Lom Pike no longer needs a blaster to clear it.
Yeah, so Ruthless Raider first. I think this makes a lot of sense. You tap exhaust the Lom Pike so that it can't get the attack in. And then now your War Jug is both more power and free to attack in. So really, Ian really playing these lines very well. He's played against this deck a lot, obviously. He understands the lines here. We've worked with George looking at, playing against this deck and seeing how it works a lot. So
definitely looking to push damage, get that War Juggernaut in to the base.
Covert Strength. I love this card.
Yeah.
So healing the 2 damage off of Lom Pike and giving it an experience. So now the War Jug can't kill it again.
And it's one less damage from the War Jug.
Yeah, exactly. So this War Jug should attack in for 5. And yep, it does.
5 resources for Guy. This guy has 2 units available to attack if he wants to. He's really thinking about stabilizing right now.
I think what Guy is deciding is, do I have a card that I want to play more than I want to claim? And so his attack here signifies that he does have a card that he wants to play.
So might as well get your attacks in.
Yeah, might as well get your attacks in, and then you play your card after, and then you can have initiative.
Yeah, this game has the back and forth actions, but as soon as your opponent claims, it's more like other games.
So he changed his mind. He decided after the attack that he actually does want to claim and have initiative more than playing a card. I think he was kind of surprised by Ian attacking for 1, but you see Ian did that because he also had a card he wanted to play, the Daring Raid there to finish off the contracted Jump Master. So now we can see Lom Pike take out this War Juggernaut pretty cleanly. It depends on what else Guy has. He might want to try to answer the Ruthless Raider.
Philip did win round 1.
Yes, Philip won round 1 against Tyler's, and you can catch that on the McClunky Gaming Twitch stream right now. Philip is on there playing his round 2 right now. I believe he's playing against a Cad Green. Cad Green was kind of a breakout deck at this event, but it's also a breakout deck broken out by McClunky Gaming, so he should be pretty familiar with that matchup. I would imagine he's worked with those guys a bit. I'm not 100% sure, but I would assume he's play tested that, since that's a deck that his team kind of came out with.
Yep.
So that's one that I'm definitely going to watch back after this event. Should be a good matchup. And yeah, we do see what we talked about, which is Lom Pike going into the War Juggernaut and giving a shield to the Bazine. So Lom Pike still with 0 damage on it. You put the shield on Long Pike, and then it immediately gets its shield taken off by the attack.
So 21 damage on Guy's base. 14 remaining.
14 more to go. So I think if Guy has another CAD unit here, this would be a great answer. It could capture both units. Ian still has all his resources up. Yeah. And he also has this Bazine here, which can dirtle for another action.
So it's the game of like waiting to try and get the Django deck to pull the trigger.
Yeah. It's one of the nice things about Bazine and all these little early units is you're allowed to just sit here and make your opponent make the first move and then respond to it, which is usually where you want to be as Django.
So Guy has 6 left now. Ian has 8, which puts him in Devastator range if he wants to hard cast it. And now there's only 3 left for Guy, which still leaves him with options if Ian tried to pull off a TDR or a sneak attack.
Lost Ronin, make sure to tell McClunky that we sent you there.
See you soon. We do have Crusher on our other table.
Yeah, Crusher's on the backup. We're definitely gonna get a little bit, at least a little bit of that in. This matchup is really exciting to me, though. I want to make sure we get to see this as well. Sneak Warjug.
All right, so here's
Ian's
what I'm
doing a
talking
lot of damage here.
Let's see if Guy has, one of his sneak attack TDR answers in hand. I think
this
they
attacks
Pulse
for
in the main
10
deck.
right now.
Did they have Pulse in the main deck? I want to say they did.
No, I don't believe so.
It's in the sideboard? Okay. Could be no good to me, Dad. I don't think it is. So he's looking at Smuggle.
I don't think he has a good answer. So this would take him. Yes, it's attacking for 10. So it would take Guy to 32 damage on base, which would make the Ruthless Raider lethal. If it could attack, it would need to take out the contracted. Oh, Daring Raid. So now 1 health left, and Guy looks like he's gonna scoop it up.
Yeah, he says, my deck doesn't have an answer to that.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the next game. So we're gonna go to the other camera then.
So Lego Pizza taking game 1.
Get our labels.
Django Tarkentown Mirror for the finals in Milan. Well, considering it was 7 of the top 8, I think that was the odds-on favorite to happen.
Yeah, thought I saw people memeing that it was 8 out of the top 8. But
oh no, it was 7 of the top 8, and there was one. I forget what the other deck was. Yeah, there was one deck that wasn't it, and it was a very high percentage. But anyway, onto this match. Let's try to figure out what's going on here. So this is a Django Mirror, but it's Django Tarkentown on the right. The Crusher McClunky Gaming mat is Django Tarkentown. The CoDameron mat is CoDameron on Django 30. We are in game 1, and we have 16 damage versus... Oh, Devastator just came down. There is a Ruthless Raider here that looks like it could take out this Devastator if Colby wants. Piet Yellow, thank you. Piet Yellow was the non-Django deck in Milan.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Holding down the fort for the non-Jangos.
Yeah, and as someone who's played a lot of Piet, I definitely want to check out that list after this.
Definitely.
But I'm really interested here. So we see sneak attack in the bin. So this Ruthless Raider has been sneaked attacked.
Yeah, and Colby puts markers on his.
Yeah, well that's how I knew because I saw the marker. So now that it's been snuck in, it could just take out this Devastator. Crusher obviously knew that this was an option, and he played the Devastator out. So I think it seems like he wants Ian to take out the Devastator, which
I don't see cards in his hand, or he may be holding them close.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But if Colby takes out the Devastator, then he gets hit for 6 more. So that would take him to 25 and be very, very, very close to lethal there.
So Crusher has 16 on base. If we went into the base, that's +6, 22.
Yeah.
Oh, we still have our exhaust.
Yeah, so I think you tap down the IG, obviously, because it's 1 more damage here. So the other option for Colby, yeah, so Colby is going to get to do 2 more to base either way when the Ruthless Raider dies.
Right.
So Crusher's going to be at 18 on base. So the question is, does 18 versus 22 make a difference? And it does make the P-38 lethal, but
Right.
Crusher's going to have initiative.
21. He would need to do 9. And how much does the Devastator do?
Yeah, so
Does it do
the
9?
Devastator is lethal after
Yeah.
that Guerrilla Soldier attack. So Colby has to deal with this Devastator, or he has to either deal with the Devastator or claim. But if he claims, I don't believe he has an option for 1 action lethal. He would have to claim, and then if he has his own Devastator, he could claim, play Devastator to tap Crusher's Devastator and deal damage to base. And then the P-38 could be lethal.
He's checking his options, right? I'm expecting him to kill the Devastator, but let's see if he finds a better line. I can't see what's in his hand. Is that a... I think there might be another Ruthless in his
Yeah,
hand.
this is the. I think this is the play you've got to make. The damage just doesn't add up the same.
Yeah.
If you hit the if you claim here, you just don't have enough damage on base to get there in a couple of actions.
And a lot of it's because that was a sneak attack Raider.
Yeah, the Raider was going to die anyway. You still
Yeah.
get the extra damage on base. No, it looks like Crusher has 3 cards in hand, so I think he did still have 1 from before. Yeah, so he has 3 cards in hand.
Our main feature match is shuffling up. They're looking at their mulligans. I'm keeping an eye on that, so don't worry about missing anything there.
I said this before and was wrong last round, but I think this game is going to be over in the next couple of turns.
We'll see. Yeah.
Django can both stall and close games quickly, so who knows?
Ian mulliganed and just fanned his hand out to Shoki, like, what is this garbage? Shuffling up again.
Yeah, I love Ian.
Looks like he's going for the keep here and thinking about his resource.
Crusher, you're deciding. I think I see a Mando pilot in his hand, and I believe a sneak attack, but no, I don't believe the third card was any Devastator, Ruthless Raider type ship. I think it's a smaller unit, whatever it is.
Yeah, in the other match, Guy has taken the gentleman's agreement, and he is also mulliganing. So they're back to shuffling it up while we see...
See an
what results here.
IG-2000 in Colby's hand. I can't see what else is in there. I see a Ruthless Raider in the resource row for Crushers. That's interesting. I do think Raider is a very resourceable card now, whereas it really wasn't last set. There were a lot of matchups where you just could never resource a Raider.
I mean, it was one of your best options in
Yeah.
the previous set, and now we have some really incredible options for
Yeah.
TDR. And sneak attack.
Mm-hmm. Crusher, you're thinking hard about this decision. It is tricky. He's...
I just tried to move my head to
wow.
the right to see if I could see his cards better. like my body just did it without thinking.
So Crusher takes out the P-38. So recognizing that he can't afford to be aggressive here and go to base.
He could be
Colby-
trying to bait and exhaust if he has a sneak
yeah.
attack or TDR.
So the other card is a War Juggernaut. So he has Sneak War Jug in hand, and Colby I think did not fall for the
not
bait.
take
Did
the
not
bait.
use the Django exhaust, which so now he gets to ambush in. I believe Crusher wanted Colby to use his Django exhaust there, and Colby said, "No, I'm good. I got other options."
I don't need to do that. We're gonna keep this available.
Yeah. So now Crusher has to decide. He could pass, which is kind of a show that he wants to do something. He could just play the War Jug without a sneak, but if he does that, then he loses to a sneak Devastator from Colby.
Yeah, they're playing this game of chicken right now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find some way to do something effective and still leave up like a lethal option.
So he does go with the Boba Pilot. So if Colby had a sneak Devastator, this would open the door for that. I don't believe he does. I think I see 3 red cards in hand. There is a Ruthless Raider, so
He needs
that
7
might just be the
damage.
play.
Yeah, a Sneak Raider would still kill.
Sneak
unless
Raider
there's
would kill. I
an
don't think he
exhaust.
has a sneak. I believe he has only 3 red cards in hand.
There's the IG to take the shield off.
Yeah. Which is good because that was critical because now for next turn the Boba leader the Boba unit is ready to be exhausted. And he can spend his resources now that Crusher is no longer able to sneak in a War Jug or any of the big units. So it was a really heads-up play by Colby not using the Django to exhaust. It obviously helps that he had a good answer in his hand in the X34 land speeder. But I think either way, you can't afford to save yourself the 2 damage there. You have to save it for any kind of sneak attack play.
Courtney is updating the bracket graphic for us, so we'll have that shortly. Hey.
Shortly
She
meaning
just said,
now.
Shortly meaning now. There it is.
So now Crusher has initiative. He still has the sneak attack war jug play, but you know that Colby is sitting here waiting for that play to happen. So Colby is... I think you either sneak the war jug or you just play it and keep the sneak in case you draw a Devastator, but you have to... I don't think you can afford to take all of this damage as Crusher. So it feels bad. You have to be the one that blinks first, which is where Colby wants to be.
Yeah.
Interesting. The Gorilla Soldier is really interesting. Usually this isn't as good late game, but it feels really nice here.
I mean, with Django ready, Gorilla Soldier always threatens the ping if you want to stop it from readying.
But so the thing is, if Colby takes 3 damage on his base, he's dead to Surprise Strike on the Gorilla Soldier. If he takes 3 damage on a unit, then that unit gets tapped.
So Colby just did the reach for your pen maneuver. He put the damage on his IG-2000 and immediately exhausted it. Like, obviously you're going to do this, right, opponent? But Crusher's thinking whether to use the Django in the same position Colby was in last turn.
Yeah, so we see Crusher's 3 cards in hand are Sneak, War Jug, and Surprise Strike. So he's got options, but the fact that the Colby didn't fall for it, he didn't let the Gorilla Soldier be readied. He said, "You can take my 3 damage."
And is that a TDR, or just the sneak?
No, he's just playing the War Jug, which kills both units. But now Crusher is open, so now if Colby has sneak attack anything, well, he needs to get 5 damage, so it has to be Ruthless Raider or War Jug for lethal, or Devastator. So sneak or TDR into any of the 3 big guys would get it. We see a Ruthless Raider in hand, but I don't believe there's a sneak as well.
And Crusher doesn't quite have lethal.
Okay. I'm back to helping.
You know what? We got so caught up in this matchup, I forgot to bring us back to Key's match.
I want to see. I mean, this.
Yeah.
Now I have to be right. It has to end soon. So there's that. So does he? Oh, Gorilla Soldier after the claims. You can put 3 on the War Jug here. So I believe this is lethal with Surprise Strike, unless my math is off. No, it's 1 off. Sorry, it's 1 off. So Colby did not leave himself dead to Surprise Strike, which is why he made this play, I'm sure.
Right.
So.
Ian's up 1-0.
Yep. Got it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Crusher has to have something else here. He cannot take a hit from this Ruthless Raider. He cannot kill in 1 action with this War Juggernaut. He has the Surprise Strike, but that's 1 damage short. We see this 30 HP base coming in clutch here. So Crusher has to play a card that exhausts the Ruthless Raider. Then that gives Colby a chance to either Surprise Strike into base or play a card that exhausts the War Juggernaut back.
Ooh,
we see Sneak Ruthless Raider. So how much does this change the math? Colby's base goes up to 24. So now Surprise Strike is lethal on either of those units. He's at 24. So now Crusher looks like he's 1 action away. Colby has to either win this action, which needs a Surprise Strike, or he has to deal with both of these units.
I think
he can do it with a Devastator.
Yeah, it's 2 small units in his hand.
So for multiple turns, Colby's been at a point where if he had a Devastator, he would be able to win this game. So he definitely didn't have it last time. But if he has a Devastator now, he just wins. The enters would win.
Right.
Another Ruthless Raider is 1 short. Ruthless can't multi-tap units. So he needs Devastator or Surprise Strike here. And I don't think he has it.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see Crusher take this game 1 unless we're missing something in his hand here. He's thinking it over.
Yeah,
so he goes in and taps. So he dies to the Surprise Strike. So Crusher takes game 1.
It's going to make him have it.
We're going to go back to our main feature match. So sorry that took a little bit longer. We are in game 2 here. Ian Lego Pizza took game 1. We are deeper into game 2 here with 16 damage already on Guy's base. Cad Bane has already been used. Django is still deployed. No other board for Ian. Look, his target down has been used.
I am doing some setup. I'm getting our updated bracket. We'll be able to show you that graphic shortly. It was posted in the chat by Courtney. You can pull that up yourself.
Oh, the Cad Bane had not been used. Sorry, I thought that was a done marker. So Django throwing himself into the Boba to deal 3 damage to the Boba unit. I think that signifies Ruthless Raider. Yeah, we see a Ruthless Raider in Ian's hand, which can finish off the Boba unit. So 2 to base, killing Boba. And now even if Guy has something like a Power of the Dark Side, you still get to deal 2 more damage to the base. But this is 6 damage to base for Cad Leader. So only up to 12 for Ian, but 6 damage a turn really adds up quick on these 25 health bases. Second Ruthless Raider. So now he gets to tap down the Cad Leader. 2 more to base. Ian's putting on a lot of pressure here. He still has 15 more damage to go, but he's got a Ruthless Raider that can attack this turn. And then he's got, oh, no glory only results. So really, really solid option here to not take the death damage from the Ruthless Raider or the 4 attack damage this turn. This also sets him up with less health remaining on the current Ruthless Raider that a CAD unit could be more impactful later. We see the 3rd Ruthless Raider and a Devastator in hand. Also, we see, I believe that is a Savage Opress in hand for Ian. This is a 7/7 that when played, if your opponent controls more units than you do, it readies as a 7/7. So it's basically like an extra way to sneak in a War Juggernaut to get a bunch of damage on the ground. Interesting play. He had to snap take the Devastator here. Game 1 was won by Ian. The graphics are being updated now. Jonathan is working on the graphics as well as the top 16 bracket updating.
Yeah. I had to get a web version of it, so now every time Courtney updates it, we'll have it immediately. But let me update those. Yeah,
so name switched back, and Ian is up 1-0. So Django Tarkentown won game 1.
So this is okay. Names. I got that for you, and then
McClunky bouncing the Bazine here. I think you have to just kill the Ruthless Raider.
And then Ian is up game.
So there's another Bazine in hand. So Guy might go back to take another card out of Ian's hand. It looked really good. The Savage represents a lot of damage, and Guy might need to take that out as well. Daring Ray taking out Cad Leader after the Ruthless Raider Death Ping as well. Power of the Dark Side, getting rid of the Raider. So 26 damage on Guy's base. Is he gonna take the Savage, or is he gonna leave everything? If he leaves the Savage, yeah, okay. He has to have a very nice answer if he leaves that in hand, because you also need to save your answers for other Devastators. I think anything you see that's 7+ power, you just have to take. So it has Gi stabilized here, or can Ian find reach? He's already seen all 3 Ruthless Raiders, so he doesn't have that for reach, and he's also had 1 Devastator discarded. So the main reach that deals damage to base without attacking is 2 more Devastators.
All right, I'm back. We're all set up.
Welcome back.
Yeah, got the browser. The brackets will be updated. Courtney's going to be updating them remotely. We've got them added. We'll be able to show you those updated brackets as we go.
Was that a Dryden Voss discarded?
Yes.
Nice.
There's one in
it.
the main deck. I didn't see if there's any in the sideboard. I don't recall any, but I know there was one in the main deck.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I mean, they long pike and resources. Yeah, and just CAD unit as well.
Yeah, a lot of capturing. So having that one ace Dryden Voss is pretty nice.
Who's the Django now? I play War Juggernaut.
And does Dryden say play it? Do you get the win plate to say play it? Gotta check. It is a fun card. Like I tried a lot to make Dryden work. I think these guys saw, hey, we're capturing a lot. Let's just play one.
Yeah,
it's working out. All right, so it could be the Lom.
Yeah, it looks like a long pike, which we saw before. Yep. Yeah, so there goes that.
What a fantastic smuggle card.
Oh yeah. And now the Lom we could Relentless Pursue, Lom capture the P-38. But Guy might also want to save that for a juicier target.
26, 15, 10. I assume all the leaders are dead.
Yes, both leaders have died. I like the contracted Jump Master better, I think. The P-38 can just trade into it and kill it with the Death Ping, but that means the Death Ping isn't tapping the Lom Pike. Bazine could attack and tap the Lom Pike first. We saw last game Ian's Bazine being able to get shields help Lom Pike stay around a lot more.
So Ian has initiative. Are we using the Bothan token?
Yes.
On this table? Okay, so yeah, being able to deploy Sentinels to both arenas is so powerful with Lom in your deck.
Mm-hmm.
So Ian has to think about how much he respects that.
Yeah.
How much he needs to keep his base healthy.
Yeah, because right now Guy could attack Ian's base, shield Ian's Bazine, and shield his own contracted Jump Master. And then Ian can't take it out as quickly. So I think Ian's first action is probably either going to be attack with P-38 into the Jump Master, or tap Bazine. Okay, or tap Lom Pike, and he does both. So he doesn't kill the Jump Master, which is interesting. Yeah. I like tapping the Lom Pike more.
For sure. Leaving units at 1 health is pretty good in Django.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything a lot of ways to finish them off.
Anything that he does that wants to attack in space can kill the Jump Master when it comes in anyway. He also doesn't have any Ruthless Raiders left anyway.
We have our first update.
Yeah.
George the Hulk is advanced to the semifinals.
Sick.
All right.
2-0.
George.
So George the Hulk is going to be playing the winner of what we're watching here on this bracket. So we will either see a Cad Colossus mirror, or we will see Ian have to slog through another Cad Colossus matchup.
Oh, man.
So shout out to George Hulk beating John Carr on Django Red 30.
All right.
I mean, after this weekend, maybe people need to start figuring out how to play the Cad Colossus mirror.
I mean, I'm going to be playing some Cad Colossus. I sure do love my Palpatine, but smuggling is fun.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Smuggling is the best also when it's not illegal. Like, smuggling IRL, there's legal difficulties.
Yeah.
Smuggling in this game, completely legal.
Lets you role play.
Devastator into Snoke. I was making a smuggle joke and missed the 2 biggest bombs. Looks like Ian takes it. Wow. Ian winning 2-0 against Guy.
Oh
that is very impressive by Ian. Well played. He got the second Devastator out, and even through the Snoke, the surprise strike gets him there. So, yeah, good job for Ian. This is not an easy matchup, and he got there in 2 games. Now his prize is that he gets to do it again against George next round.
Ian went to it.
Yeah.
Got it.
So now we are back here in Django Tarkentown versus Django 30. And we have Crusher taking game 1. We are in game 2, I believe. If Jade Tatum Lover wants to see more Cad Colossus, well, Ian's gonna face it again next round. So
yeah, you want more Cad Colossus? It's coming.
I don't know if we're gonna have Cad Colossus be our feature match literally every round of the of the top cut. It has been so far. We'll see what the other matchups are and what McClunky wants. McClunky might want to get it on their stream once. I don't know. We'll see what happens after this round. But for right now, we're watching Django Tarkentown versus Django 30.
Well, we get Bothans on our table, no matter what.
I don't want to hog all the Bothans. We got to spread the Bothans to the world as well.
They have McClunky.
Ruthless Raider coming in here. So 10 damage to base. It looks like Colby is doing okay in this game. On the 5 resource turn. So this is the Django flip turn. He did have to act first, which is usually not where you want to be. So now if Crusher could tap the Ruthless Raider, he gets to save 4 damage.
Yeah, it's nice at least when it's the Raider, you still get the win.
Yeah, when it's a sneak attack, and I think that's why Colby did it. He still, even if his Raider gets tapped, he still gets to kill the IG 2000 at the end of turn.
To commit for this turn.
Yeah.
Oh, did we pass?
I think Crusher might have passed. I wonder if Colby could have just claimed there and scammed Crusher out of a turn.
Surprise strike.
6 to Django, and tapping him.
Oh yeah. Oh, leaving it vulnerable, so we're gonna have to claim.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a P38, anyway. It just
Yeah, wow, what a great play from Crusher.
I'm really interested if Colby should have not taken the 4 damage to base and just claimed. I think, I mean, obviously when that happens, you know that Crusher's planning something, and maybe he just said this extra 4 damage to base is too important. I mean, he's up to 16.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of damage on there. It's really hard to pass up that 4 damage when you're so close to the finish line.
Now he has the decision of finishing off the IG or putting the damage somewhere else, like the Django leader or killing the P38.
I like killing the P38 because then he doesn't get the win defeated trigger. You have no units out.
Yeah, these are all interesting choices.
And also the IG 2000 is a unique unit, so that's a mild consideration.
Right, and they hit for the same amount.
Yeah, the only benefit to the IG is that it has overwhelm, but I don't think that's very relevant here.
Yeah, if you're gonna kill one, I agree. That would be the P38. So you may be deciding.
Yeah. Well,
if I put 2 more on Django, can I kill him?
Yeah, I think those are the actual options. You're debating: do I kill the P38 or do I put 2 on Django, which leaves him dead to a Ruthless Raider?
Right.
Well, he does have a Raider in hand.
Yep.
So the other option that he could do is you kill the P38 and then you play the Ruthless Raider and kill the IG then. And then you have a Ruthless Raider and he has no space units. It's scary because Django's out. So then that's why I think he's thinking about it, because it's a risky play. Yeah.
I don't think I'm killing the Django here.
Yeah.
You don't want to be the Django that doesn't have the board exhaust option.
Yeah, exactly. And we see a War Juggernaut as well. So what I would expect is this turn to see a Ruthless Raider, and we may next turn see a War Juggernaut out of CoDameron.
Well, he's got 16 on Crusher's base. It is a little scary that Crusher has more, has the option of attacking here.
Yeah.
He's got stuff coming at him. Let me update those names. And then
it's a 1-0 Crusher.
1-0 Crusher.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So he leaves Django and kills the P38 now.
It's going to be the same amount of damage to his base.
Yeah, so he could have had 1 more health on his Ruthless Raider. We don't see the P38 ping yet.
Is it a May?
I don't know.
Let's look it up before I run out there.
I would imagine it's a May because it's any unit. Because you can ping your own units, I'm fairly certain.
It's a May.
So it's a May, yeah.
So. What did we see?
While we're looking that up, the Ruthless Raider has died.
What did it die to? Whoa.
I believe there was a surprise strike on the IG 2000.
Okay.
So yeah, so
Yeah.
IG 2000 surprise strike killed the Ruthless Raider.
Okay. So we both have defeated Django leaders now.
Yeah.
We're back into the single exhaust matchup.
Yeah, and only 5 health remaining on Crusher's base. So we know that there is a War Juggernaut in hand. I'm trying to see if there's a sneak attack. There's definitely, it's either a sneak or a surprise strike. I can't tell. Boba unit on board for Crusher, but there's a lot of damage to make up. So I think these next few turns are all going to be about, can Colby actually get in any damage?
Right.
Or is Crusher only has 2 cards in hand, and I believe it's a sneak and
He's gonna
a,
start with a waylay.
it's a sneak Gorilla Soldier.
So both boards clear now. Crusher deploys. Is that the 2/3 ambush?
No, that is the, or is that a Lux Bonteri?
Oh, I think it is.
I think it is a Lux.
He's playing Lux. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a Lux. So now, if Colby sneak attacks or triple dark raids, the unit will get exhausted. Interestingly, Colby couldn't know this, but when we could see Crusher's hand, we saw that the sneak attack play, if he had it, was actually open.
And 2 to base with Daring Raid, despite having like a juicy little Lux on the board.
Well,
so he has a way to kill him.
Well, no,
without threatening
that's
him.
because now the P-38's a lethal attacker.
Right,
so
right,
now
yeah, of
Crusher
course.
has to tap the P-38 or lose. So he has to draw a tap. He didn't
Yep.
have one before.
Oh, and a Devastator off the top. I think
I
Colby's gonna tie it up
I
1-1.
don't see a tap effect anyway in Crusher's hand, so I don't think he has anything for
Well,
this.
there's a Devastator in Colby's hand. So
Either way, but yeah, I don't think it.
Oh,
I'm
it's
saying I
over
don't think
anyway.
Crusher drew it anyway,
Yeah,
unless
yeah.
I'm.
let's see.
Yeah, so we got the Gorilla Soldier, so that's
Would
just.
you like to put
would you-
damage on your?
Would you like to
P-38?
have lethal or no?
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, so
Do you
Colby
want to
doesn't
kill
need the
me?
Devastator. Crusher just not drawing the tap
Wow.
effects for the last 2 turns there. So we are going to game 3 here.
Crusher did defeat one of our teammates in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
I let him know he can continue to borrow my Lux.
So if Crusher's watching this back, it didn't matter that you didn't draw well in that last turn. For me, that would make me feel better. Honestly,
Right.
it's like, so it's not your deck. It's fine.
Well, and Colby also just immediately shuffled his hand into the deck. He's not like, I had all these,
Yeah.
which is nice. All right, I'm just, while they're shuffling, we don't have the other match. I'm just going to pull up the bracket. So this is where we're at the moment. No, George, yeah.
So Ian took it
Ian
over
took it,
Guy.
yeah.
So next
let me
round, the
refresh.
semifinals on this side of the bracket is going to be George the Hulk versus Ian Klein.
There we go. It's refreshed.
We do not have any updates on Philip versus Brandon. That is currently going on the McClunky Twitch channel.
right.
And then we are watching game 3 of Colby versus Austin, or AKA Crusher.
Yep. So if Colby wins, we could have 3 Bothans in the top 4 of our invitational.
Yeah?
Update.
Yes.
Philip won game 1. They're
Oh,
going to game
Wow. So
Wow.
on the
Oh my
McClunky
gosh.
Twitch stream, game 1 has just ended. Philip won game 1.
Wow.
So we may get to the point where we go over and watch that live
Yeah,
once all the other games are done.
We might be on a little break while
Yeah.
they finish their round. We'll see.
Yeah, so Philip has won game 1.
Love to see Colby win this. A Bothan finals.
Yeah.
That would be exciting.
Mm-hmm.
We'd love to take home half of the prize purse.
Yeah.
First and second, that's half of the prize purse. I'm gonna grab some water. Would you like me to get you some?
Yes, please.
I'll be right back.
I am going to tell you guys everything that's happening here. All right. We have resourced.
You need to
Oh, hold on. Let me actually get it where you guys can see it too.
hide this. The little eyeball right there, and then transition. Cool. Be right back.
Now you guys can see what I can see. So,
And Frank,
we have just started game 3 here.
you can close all the way.
Crafty Smuggler is a solid start. Resists the first ping. Usually you want it to be able to avoid your turn 1 play being Tarkentown, but that is not a concern here because Colby is not on Tarkentown. It's still solo. I think we may see. I think that might be the X-34 land speeder in hand, which also Crafty Smuggler does not die to. I see a Zygerian Starhopper get resourced, so Colby going for the 3 resource plays. Not gonna settle for a 2-drop this turn. Electromagnetic Pulse to defeat the Kylo's tie. 7th Fleet here, so now Crusher is going to go for the 2-drop route, but it still lets him use his resources efficiently. Assuming he has a 2-drop. Looks like there might be a surprise strike. Is that what that is? Hard to tell. I think I see a triple dark raid in hand, which is obviously not for this turn. Lisa in chat, always being the big Colby fan. You love to see it. Due to the fact that they have the same last name, I could guess that they are related. Love Colby. I've worked with him online a lot because obviously we are teammates. But this event was the first time I got to meet him in person. We've only spoken on Discord and gone through deck lists and playtesting and stuff like that. So I was really excited and happy to get to meet him in person. Colby's a really cool guy. Oh, the mom. So you're the reason he's a really good person. Great job, Mom. Great job. You done good. Colby's a really good guy. He's really, really awesome to talk to and to hang out with and to play SWU with. So good job, Mom. We see Waylay coming in here, bouncing to hand. So Crusher trying to keep the tempo as even as possible. He does still have this Tarkentown up. Both players with no damage on their base. Yeah, absolutely. You can't talk to Colby without seeing his passion for the game. Absolutely, I 100% agree with that. You see it on his YouTube channel, his content, as well as just talking to him ever about the game. It's really cool. So he gets the 7th Fleet Defender to stick here. As we get the 7th Fleet and the Crafty versus the Crafty. We're at the flip turn now. It's interesting to have 2 shielded units out on the flip turn, so it's going to be tough for anything to get tapped down right away, unless you have a Cartel Spacer, which taps without dealing damage. So it might not look like much, but I think this is actually really huge for Crusher because it forces Colby to act first. He couldn't dirtle with a 7th Fleet attack. And now Crusher can just attack with his Crafty if he wants. He doesn't have to deploy his Django yet. He could actually attack with Crafty into Django, tap the Django, and then force Colby to play his hand first. Looks like he's thinking about that. With 3 resources left, I would imagine Crusher might have something like a P-38. The problem is if he attacks and taps Django without deploying, then it's going to take him 2 actions to tap any unit that Colby plays out. So I think that's his dilemma right now. Does he want to tap down Colby's Django, forcing him to play his hand, or does he want to do something like deploying and making sure that he'll be able to respond to whatever Colby does for 5 resources?
Okay.
I think I would just flip Django here. He does go for the exhaust. So this leaves a 1-action window for Colby to either play a triple dark raid or a sneak attack unit and not have it be tapped by Django.
And in our other match, Ian defeated Guy.
Yes.
Yep. Maybe you already answered that.
Oh, nope, I didn't see that.
Okay, yeah, I just got back.
That is, oh, hey. Hi, Tyler. Welcome to chat. But yes, Ian defeated Guy 2-0. Django Tarkentown over Cad Blue.
Oh, we have Colby's mom in chat. Did you see that?
Yeah, oh no, yeah, I've been talking to her, yeah.
Oh, that's great. He is passionate. We love Colby
We do.
on our team. What a good guy. Great to have his mom in chat.
I know.
I love it. Moms are great too. The best.
Fun fact, my mom is picking me up from this event because I flew in here from the Midwest, and I grew up in Georgia, and my
Yeah.
parents still live here. So my parents are driving an hour and a half to come and pick me up, and I'm going to go spend a couple days hanging out with them after this. So I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, that is exciting. I love that.
Yeah.
Traveling for this event and then hang out with your family.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I mean, the older you get, the harder it is to hang out with family. It's really nice to get to see everybody.
Especially when you distribute
Yeah,
yourselves
exactly.
geographically.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Thanks, Tyler. Hey, you and Cluis have a safe drive back. And for anybody who doesn't know, Tyler York did make top 16 of this event.
Yep.
He went out in a tight 3 games to Phillips, Manohan, and Cluis also made top 16 of this event. So huge shout out to both Tyler and Cluis in the car there. This event was a stacked field. Making top cut at this event was not easy.
No. A lot of amazing players did not make it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of good players didn't make it. So we see here the War Juggernaut coming in, but only pings the shields on the P-38. That is still important because now Colby can't just kind of rampage through space like you'd want to.
He chose not to ping any of his own units.
Yeah.
Which, not pinging the P-38 definitely makes sense to me because it opens it up to death on ping.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting not to ping the Spacer.
He does ping his own War Juggernaut.
Did he? Oh, did it take some time? Yeah. Or I missed it.
Well, I mean, he didn't ping any of his space units, which was interesting. Because I would imagine you want to just kind of run the Cartel Spacer into a 7th Fleet here.
Yeah.
But he might just,
Yeah, he's like, I'm not wasting my time here.
Well, it's also
anyway. I don't want to open it up to Daring Raid or something.
Yeah, that's fair because he's already at a 5 health disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he didn't ping it just because he knows the War Juggernaut can't attack this turn and it's going away. So there's really no point.
Ruthless could have killed it.
Yeah, exactly. But he's already at a 5 health disadvantage, so we can't afford to not trade his 2 attack unit into a 3 attack unit.
This is an aggressive play from Colby. Electromagnetic Pulse is often in there for the sneak attack or the TDR, but he says, I want to keep attacking your base. I'm going to clear this out of the way.
Well, I think the main reason he did that is it goes back to you want to be the one to act second in this event. So what that Electromagnetic Pulse did is it says, you don't get an action to attack. I'm going to spend 1 resource, and you're going to have to flip your leader or do something else. So if he didn't have that play, he would either have to play his Triple Dark Raid now, or he would have to let Crusher attack. So the fact that he was able to spend 1 resource and Dirtle means that it means that Crusher flips his Django and he says, okay, I'm going to Triple Dark Raid, you spend all your resources, you flipped your leader, I know exactly what's going on here. If I get a War Juggernaut, which he did, I can tap your leader and make sure my War Juggernaut gets to attack.
Yep.
If I get a Ruthless Raider, it's going to hit the base. The Electromagnetic Pulse there was huge because of the order of actions that it let everything happen in.
With Crusher tapped out, I want to say...
This War Jug attacks for 7. I think he's just going to base. I think he wouldn't have pinged his own War Juggernaut if he wasn't going to base, because he would have if he was going to trade War Juggernauts. But he says here, I have 5 more starting health than you. I'm 3 damage up, which really means 8 damage up. So I'm just going to hit your base now.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's going to have the War Juggernaut in his... So it means that next turn... Crusher's going to be able to kill Colby's Django if he wants to with either his Django or his War Juggernaut. But he's going to be down on damage. I'm actually not sure if I like going to the base here. The problem is when you ping your own War Juggernaut, now they trade.
I find... Oh, that's risky.
This more solidifies that he's going to base. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think even the electromagnetic pulse plate indicated I want to go to your base.
Yeah.
As much as I can. And we've seen over the weekend the pattern of if you can get the opposing Django in check, you can force them to claim over and over.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's what Colby's going
really
for. He's still debating whether or not he wants to ping his own 7th Fleet.
I think I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, so it gives you 1 extra damage this attack. But it means that your 7th Fleet dies to so many more things. Tarkin towning the War Juggernaut is interesting. It makes me think that Crusher thinks that this could have been a War Juggernaut into Django, and he wanted to make sure that it would trade if that happened.
Did he forget it was a TDR Juggernaut?
No, so I don't think so.
Oh, just to stop him from going into Django.
Yeah, because otherwise War Juggernaut could kill Django and not die back. So he's basically taking away the options from Colby. He's saying, Colby, you could have the option of hitting base or killing my leader. Now you're only hitting my base. So he's using his epic action to make sure his Django survives.
That is quite the use of Tarkentown there.
I mean, it's not bad because his first action here, his obvious first action here is I can attack Django into Django. My Django lives, yours dies. And then I still have this readied War Juggernaut that you can't exhaust without another card from your hand.
So his would go to 4 and take 3 to kill it. So his Django's going to live until we get into Devastator range at minimum.
Yeah.
12 on base, 13 left to kill him. I wonder if his hand has a lot of tappers and he's like heavily invested in deploying those turn after turn.
I think also that there's a lot of times in this matchup where Tarkentown is just not very useful, and I think he just I think it helps make sure that this obvious play is available to him of Django into Django. Now Colby can't tap anything. He's staring down a War Juggernaut. He has his own in hand, but this turn is where Crusher's trying to turn the tide. Colby was at an advantage last turn, and so the goal here is okay. Do we? Can Crusher get back into this game damage-wise? He only has 10 health left on his base. Colby still has 28 health left.
Another common pattern to remember in these Django matchups is killing the opposing Django leader with initiative means they're not going to have an exhaust this turn. You're free to attack with everything you have on board.
Yeah, exactly. And we see that here. Crusher just leaving his War Juggernaut exposed because he knows that it only gets tapped with No Good to Me Dead or Electromagnetic Pulse. We do see No Good to Me Dead in hand, so this line could be punished, but I think that would take most of Colby's turn because we know he can't also play the War Juggernaut with the No Good to Me Dead. Oh yeah, it's got a sneak attack, so I think he's gonna sneak in Devastator here.
Oh, that can kill the leader.
It can kill the leader. It can also kill Crusher.
Well, Crusher has 1, so
he has to have his one resource be Electromagnetic Pulse, and that's what Colby's deciding.
I think he'll go for Crusher.
I think he goes for the game here. The problem is
16. He only needs 1 on base, right, to threaten lethal, so he can kill the leader and threaten lethal.
Yes, correct. So he can put 1 on base, 3 on Django.
Yeah, so that's great because even if something weird does happen, you still cleared the Django.
Yeah. Yeah, either way, whether he kills the Django or not, the only option that Crusher has for to exhaust the Devastator with 1 resource up is Electromagnetic Pulse.
There's also
that's in his list.
Zero. It's in. I don't know if it's in his list. The 0 cost.
Yeah, there's a 0 cost. Where they have to exhaust or pay to. I don't know if he's running that, but basically he doesn't. Yeah. Django doesn't help him here. I don't think he's on ISB agents.
I haven't seen him. Yeah.
Most Djangos are off ISB agents. That's the other way that he could have it. I haven't seen Crusher's exact list. I've seen a lot of the lists. I don't remember Crusher's if he's on ISBs or how many pulses if he's on the 0 cost.
I mean, Crusher knows this kills him. He's taking his time.
Well, I think Colby is deciding where to put the
indirect. That's right. Colby hasn't done his yet. Okay. All right. So, do we have Electromagnetic Pulse on this deck? I don't have the list.
I don't have the list in front of me.
We should get them for these last rounds.
They have seen each other's lists, so Colby knows what to play around. So Colby knows what options are to play around, which tells me, since he hasn't snapped off a decision here, that there are options that Crusher could have. Most of these lists have Electromagnetic Pulse somewhere in the 60, and this is not game 1, so I would imagine that is in Crusher's deck. I don't know how many other options there are.
Yeah, I would expect it for sure.
Yeah.
I think a lot of players have been lower on Commandeer and higher on Pulse. Okay, so he's going to set up the ping kill on Django.
He does 2-2.
Does have the...
He does have the... So I like this by Colby, because what he did was he left Django at 1 health, which means that the next
Yep.
turn, if he has a War Juggernaut in hand,
Right.
so now he can War Juggernaut to kill Django, exhaust the other War Juggernaut, and he can't be tapped by Django that turn. So now, basically, he put himself in a situation where Crusher needs a second pulse. Because Django's not going to be able to tap this turn, and we know Colby has a War Juggernaut because he triple dark rated it earlier.
Is it War Juggernaut sneak attack? Oh, it's just War Juggernaut, yeah. So he doesn't need a
Oh,
pulse
you're
now.
right, you're right.
Doesn't need a
Yeah.
pulse
He
now.
needs it next turn. But if he doesn't have anything now, to
So
kill
it's gonna-
Colby, he has to claim and play something next turn. And now we're in that spot that you talked about, where Crusher needs initiative every turn, or to be able to deal with this War Juggernaut.
So he's not dead on board unless, except for surprise
Did he not
strike.
ping the Ruthless Raider?
He's going to, I'm sure. But then that'll be 5. So,
Oh, I think he's deciding if he wants to, because it also pumps up Crusher's War Juggernaut, which is going to get tapped this turn, I would imagine. But you assume Crusher is going to claim here. So Colby is deciding if he wants to ping his own War Juggernaut or the Ruthless Raider. I don't think you want to ping both, because then Crusher's War Juggernaut can trade with yours, and his already has 3 damage on it. So
right.
even as the board stands now, Colby. Oh, interesting. He does
He wants
ping
to
both.
threaten the damage. So 36, 17. So we're 8 away. Currently does 6. So a surprise strike would be lethal.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Crusher has to decide, am I dead if he claims?
yeah, and so I think that's why he did it, because Crusher does still have enough health left that Colby also needs the surprise strike.
You want to at least put it in their head.
Yeah.
that, I might have lethal on you.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that is that is a good place to be. It also depends on what all's in Colby's hand. I see a 7th fleet in Crusher's hand. But yeah, I like, even if he doesn't have the surprise strike now, it's an option to top deck next turn. So you force Crusher to think about how likely am I to be dead in one action.
I think we have Bothan signing a playmat here.
That's awesome.
Just wanted to pop over that real quick. Oh, I saw Wu's signature on there, so he's getting all kinds of people to sign it. Whoever won
That's cool.
won the playmat.
Oh yeah, it could have been from the charity auction.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. It could be another player.
Yeah. The only playmats that have been handed out so far are for the 3v3. So McClunky
Yeah.
Gaming and KTOD team have theirs.
And they may have handed out some of the people that lost in the bracket.
Oh, that's true. Everybody in the top 16 got a playmat. Yeah.
Yeah. So 16 plus 6,
Mm-hmm.
24, and then the charity for 25. Okay. So Crusher claimed without spending any of his resources.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to die to surprise strike, so he has to take this trade. So it's unfortunate for Colby that it is a trade, but it needed to be for Colby to be within surprise strike range.
And it forces opponent to just completely give up a turn,
Yeah.
which I think is a great spot to be in as well.
And now we've got 19 damage on base. So again, Crusher is dead to surprise strike. So he may have to claim again without spending resources again, unless he
Yeah.
has another answer to this Ruthless Raider.
Great place to be in. This
Yeah.
is exactly how you win this mirror.
Yep.
Put them in check, force them to continuously claim.
Yeah. And it's one of the reasons that multiple players in this top cut have preferred Django 30 over Tarkentown. We saw the Tarkentown. It forced Colby into a decision, but it was the decision he was probably going to make anyway. The Tarkentown is not very useful in this mirror,
Right.
and the 30 health has come in clutch. It's harder to put Colby's deck in these check situations
Right.
where he has to claim and have an answer every turn.
Yeah, I mean, Crusher used it just to stop Colby from
Yeah.
attacking his leader.
We see the triple dark radio. I think Crusher is acknowledging that he can't afford to do nothing every turn. He has to find an answer to this Ruthless Raider with this triple dark raid. I don't see anything big. I see an IG 2000 that does not kill the Ruthless Raider. There's a Kylo's TIE Silencer that does it. I think I see. Oh, there is a Devastator. There's a Devastator. So it feels like that's the. Yeah. So he has to, unless he has another 2 damage spell in hand for his remaining 2 resources, he has to kill the Ruthless Raider with this Devastator. So I think you put 4 on base with the indirect, and then you have to attack into the Raider, unless he has something else that I didn't see in hand to deal with the Raider. Because even attacking with the Devastator only adds 9 more. So only gets Colby to 23 out of 30, which would then leave Crusher... Well, sorry. Crusher would be dead to Surprise Strike if he attacks base. So now Crusher... it's Colby's action. Waylay on the Ruthless Raider. So Colby is letting the Devastator hit wherever it wants for 9.
Wow.
No cards in hand. So we know he doesn't have Surprise Strike in hand. And Crusher respecting the potential draw of Surprise Strike and saying, I'm taking out your unit here.
21, 4 away. So Devastator off the top, Triple Dark Raid into a Devastator.
I believe Colby drew a Triple Dark Raid, but he knows there's a Ruthless Raider in Crusher's hand because he just waylaid it.
Well, he just needs the 4 from Devastator, if he can find Devastator.
True, yeah. He only needs the 4 from Devastator, but if he doesn't find... I mean, I think you just lead on Triple Dark Raid anyway.
Yeah, even if it's a Raider.
Yeah.
When it comes back to your hand, you replay it, and Crusher's still dead.
So Colby's looking through his resources. He basically what he's doing now is he's checking what all he's seen. What are the odds on my Triple Dark Raid hits right now? He's trying to do that math in his head. We see 1 Ruthless Raider in resource. He's looking at what he's seen already. So he's trying to figure out in his head, what are the odds I see a Devastator? What are the odds I see a Ruthless Raider? He wants those more than War Juggernaut because he knows that whatever he gets is going to get tapped.
He's pulling the trigger.
Yeah, so Ruthless Raider would be... Ruthless Raider would likely be game for him here because he would get the 2 damage. There's a Devastator. There's the Devastator. He got it. We're going to a game 3.
All right. George, Ian, Colby in the top 4. We got 3
Oh, that was game 3. I'm
Bothans.
dumb. Yeah.
We got 3 Bothans.
Congrats to Colby winning game 3. I am out of it. For some reason, I thought that was game 2. That was game 3 already.
Yes.
So Colby losing game 1 and coming back to win games 2 and 3. Wow. Ikrit asking about Crispy. Crispy is not still in. He lost to John Carr's Django Red 30, but that matchup was on McClunky Games Twitch. So if you watch their Twitch from the start, that was the first match on their Twitch this morning. So check out Crispy's game. I talked to him about it after. He said it was a really good matchup. I'm going to go back and rewatch it after. So yeah, definitely check that out to see his Von Reg Yellow deck up against Django 30.
Wow. I am going to show the bracket real quick. But we're going to get that up.
Thank you very much,
Colby.
Lisa.
Yes. We love having you here, Lisa.
Or Ms. Dameron.
Ms. Dameron. Mama Colby.
Yeah, so we're updating the bracket now. So the semifinals are going to be Ian Klein Lego Pizza against George the Hulk on Cad Colossus.
Wow.
The other semifinal is going to be CoDameron against Philip Samuelson. Philip from McClunky Gaming.
Did Philip win?
I thought he did. Did they? Oh, sorry. Philip won game 1. We need to figure out who.
Philip did win.
Philip did win. Okay, Philip just won. Philip just won.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a short break before the top 4 starts. One of the games will be on our stream. One of the games will be on McClunky's Twitch. And when we come back, we'll tell you which is gonna be on which. Thanks for hanging out and stay with us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the top 4 of the 6K of the Bothan Invitational. And we have a main feature match of Ian Klein, Lego Pizza, against George the Hulk on Cad Colossus. The other top 4 match, which we are also streaming, is CoDameron versus Philip from McClunky Gaming. So that is a Django 30 versus Han Yellow. So we're going to try to get you some action from both of these matchups. Want to make sure that people can see both. We have started hot and heavy here. We have Ian winning initiative, starting with the General Pride. George responding with the Pike Sentinel. So this is a really good way to eat up this indirect damage, and the Cad Ping lets him... The Cad Ping means that if this Pride tacks into the Pike Sentinel, it will trade.
Colby's mom, we will try to get him on stream as well.
Let's see. So George does play the Boba Disintegrator. Ian deciding where to put the 1 damage. It's kind of an interesting choice. If he puts it on the Pride, it's more likely that he attacks into the Pike Sentinel. He might put it on the P-38 and then claim. But then I'm not sure what he's doing with the... He could also Tarkin Town the Pike Sentinel. If he Tarkin Towns the Pike Sentinel, then George claims, and he doesn't get the advantage from the Pride. Anyway, he is going to Tarkin Town the Pike Sentinel. This is top 4, yes.
Yeah, this is top 4.
That says top 8. So.
Oh, thank you.
So yeah, this is top 4. There are both top 4 matches going on right now. As soon as this game 1 ends, we'll check in on the other top 4 match.
There we go. All right. Okay. So, Boba unit for George. A couple units on the board for Ian. Some people aren't liking the Pride. I still think it's...
I like it. I like it a lot.
Turn 1 play.
Yeah.
See, George has initiative.
Yeah, so Ian did Tarkin Town the Pike Sentinel, let him get in 2 to base and keep the Pride alive, but it did lose make him lose initiative, so he no longer has the +2, the 2 indirect damage on attack at the moment.
Yeah, when he's your last attacker, it's always interesting. Should I just take initiative? They're switching to that blue initiative tokens now.
Nice.
That's
the Bothan. Not sure which one of us is hard to hear, but
It's me.
Oh, it's you.
Well, it has to be.
Yeah, right. I'm a very loud human being.
Yeah.
So we're coming here into the next turn. So George has initiative, starting with a Smuggler Starfighter and smuggling it. So P-38 now
-3.
attacks for 0.
Yeah.
And another ping.
Keeps the Starfighter safe. Starhopper? Is this one also a Starhopper?
Mm-hmm.
I think it is, yeah. Cad Ping onto Pride. Oh, wrong card.
Wrong card.
We wanted to surprise strike.
So now George knows that Ian has a swoop down.
Oops. Oh no.
Oopsie doopsie.
George claimed Ian attacked with his P-38.
Attack for 0. Send a
Attack
message.
for
Send a
0,
message.
Yes. Yeah. All right, so going into the 5 resource turn is the Django flip. We have 2/2 in space on George's side, 3/2 with 1 damage, P-38 on Ian's side of the board.
Yeah, and George has some options here. He has the obvious option of playing an Underworld card to kill the P-38 or attacking with a Smuggler Starfighter to kill the P-38. And I think it really depends on how much he likes the cards in his hand. So he's going to kill the P-38 with an Underworld card.
Before the shield. He's gonna do the CAD first.
Yeah, so he's doing the
then
CAD
the shield.
first, then the P38. And they may be double checking the. Okay, so yeah,
Yeah, it works.
yeah.
It's timely from resources.
Yeah.
And that interaction is different now, but this still works.
This should still work, yeah. So now the reason that to me that play signifies that George has another good way that he wants to spend his 3 resources because he knows
power would be amazing here.
Yeah. And even if he doesn't have it, he was making Ian think about it.
Yeah, certainly.
Ian still just flips. I think he could just be in a spot where he says if you have it, you have it. Oh, wow! Ian only had the Star Hopper, so
that is a tough spot.
This is already a tough matchup where Ian needs to draw really well, and having your 5 resource big flip turn be Star Hopper is not ideal. Maybe it means it's because his hand is full of 6 drops and Devastators.
Right.
But if that's not the case,
or swoop downs.
We know there was
might
a
have got
swoop down.
resourced.
There still might not be. But an interesting thing, he could swoop down to kill the Crafty Smuggler if he wants to. I don't think he cares, but it does give Saboteur, so it would defeat the shield on attack and then kill it. But I think he's more concerned about trying to get that number on George's base a little closer to 35 than it is right now. All right, we went and yelled at the players about using an initiative token for the X. We got there.
Thank you, Bjorn. I happen to agree with you. A lot of people will interpret that as Ian having the initiative because that blue little token kind of hides in there, but that is what we're looking at for the initiative. You see it top of George's playmat. That is the initiative token.
And another side note for clarity, FFG, if you're listening, please in the future don't put the same shape of the initiative token in the corner of your mats. Because it makes the initiative token be it just makes it confusing at first glance. I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
Love the art, love the champion playmats. That part can be a little confusing.
So the Bothan tokens on the table, those are hand tokens.
Those are hand hiders, and the blue token is the initiative token.
Yep.
So we've got here, so Ian had a very subpar play last turn, a subpar turn last turn on his flip turn. Let's see what he can do to kind of get some pressure on right now. George's deck is really good at answering pressure, but right now Ian's got to do more to apply it. We see a Cloud Rider in hand. I think George is going to be setting up a way to make sure that he kills Django this turn.
Well, now one of these units has to die.
Yeah.
Django will go to 6 damage.
So George has 2 indirect to put.
It looks like he's putting it on the base. He's probably
I think
considering
he's thinking about it.
hiding one under the shield on Crafty.
Yeah,
but no, he's not going to do that.
Yeah, I think it's either 2 to base or 1 to base and 1 to Crafty, because the indirect damage does not defeat the shield. I don't think you want to put your Boba unit up to 4 damage. There's no reason to expose it to any of the single pings. Make Ian have to have a Ruthless Raider to kill it. Now Ian needs to play a unit if he wants to keep his Django alive. He needs to play something that could potentially soak up 2 damage from a Cad ping.
Well, he's got the Crafty to just run right
into
it.
You do have the Crafty attack. I think you just don't want to give him the leader for free.
Right. Yeah,
a shield isn't a big cost, but it's better than nothing.
Right. Yeah. So deploying something that can soak up the 2 damage from the Cad ping would be good.
And that also is probably why George didn't put 1 damage on the Crafty, because he knows he's going to pop the shield into Django and he still wants it with 2 health left.
How about a Ruthless Raider sneak attack to soak up
2 damage
some
onto
damage.
Boba is interesting. Or onto Django leader is interesting.
Yeah, with the Ruthless Raider, you got to exhaust the leader.
Wow, Ruthless Raider going down to 1 attack. We've seen this Starhopper come in. It's a save 6 health so far.
It's really great in this deck.
So the only difference, so Guy Cohen also made top 8 of this event, with this Cad Colossus list. The only difference was Guy played one less Starhopper and played one more Relentless Pursuit. Right before this game started, George looked over at Guy and he said, "Guy, how many of these Starhoppers should we play?" And Guy said, "I think 2." And George is upset. George wants people to be on 3 of these Starhoppers.
It's so good. It's heal your base for 3 and set up combat math.
Yeah. And it's a smuggle card, so
Right.
you just get to resource it
Yeah.
every time, play it from there. I mean, we've literally seen
Cad,
2 of them
triggers-
save 6
triggers
health in
Cad.
this yeah, save 6 health in this game so far.
Yeah. Swoop
So
down?
there is a swoop down. So now if he's attacking a
Oh.
ground unit, he gets 3 attacks. So I think his plan was going to be to kill Django, but this Starhopper means he can't kill Django anymore.
Wow.
So now the 2 damage ping to Django makes a lot more sense. He's still going to have the death trigger. So his plan was to swoop down, kill Django. His death trigger kills Boba.
That's only going to be 7.
Yeah, so now Ian's got to decide, do I use this swoop down? I think you still swoop down the Django leader. Well, he could swoop down the Crafty.
Now, we've seen a common setup in these Django decks also is to get the enemy units down to 1 health remaining.
Yeah.
So you have so much board pings. Puts you in a really good spot, even if it doesn't fully kill the
Yeah.
leader here.
Yeah, well, but he could also try to save his Django leader, kill the Crafty, and then have the defeated trigger kill the Boba. He could...
It does give Saboteur.
It does give Saboteur, so defeat the shield on attack. I'm sorry. Yeah, the J-Law is right. I'm saying the wrong thing.
Did you say Django?
I kept saying Django when I mean
George's
Cad.
leader?
Yeah. It's been a lot of Djangos all weekend.
Sure has.
So he does still go for the Cad. So now he's going to... he gets the Cad to 5 damage, and he can kill the Boba unit with the when defeated, but he can't kill the Cad this turn. It does have 8 health.
Oh, yeah. There's 3 damage hiding on that Boba unit.
Yeah.
Okay. Killing the unit. So maybe he's happy just to exhaust the leader for a couple turns. The 2 damage ping is pretty nice from the leader, though.
Yeah.
He might not have a multi-tap. Maybe?
Yeah, I mean, well, he
His
also
hand.
doesn't have a board, so the 2 damage ping doesn't do anything right now.
Yeah.
Ian
Well, it
got
sets him up, is what I'm
yeah,
saying.
for sure. Ian's got to find a way to get back into this game. The Starhopper there was really cool.
And the... Okay, another thing to recall, Ian started this game with a pretty slow start.
Mm-hmm.
Getting some healing, protect that leader. Experience.
Yeah, covert strength is big here. Ian does need to kill this Cad eventually.
It's
Cad's
like
also
Ian's
one.
passing.
Yeah, which makes sense. George has a few attacks that he can take for free. So Ian's basically saying you can take those attacks if you want. But usually, one of the things that George wants to do to close out these games is to put a hotshot blaster or a jetpack on his Cad and just start
Right.
hitting base for really big numbers.
Yeah, that's part of what's so strong about the covert strength. Like, get
Mhm.
your leader healthy again and
Yeah.
start suiting it up.
Yeah, it went from last turn Ian thought he was going to be able to kill Cad to now Cad has 6 health left.
Yeah. It is a healthy boy. You can't see it, but George is wearing his cat hat as well.
Oh, absolutely.
That's advantage.
Yeah.
All right, still playing the pass game. George says, "Okay, fine.
Oh, the Bazine.
I'll Bazine you.
Well, that's why Ian's passing.
I'll be. You know what?
He's
Go ahead,
passing
take
because
one.
he doesn't have a play, and he's
4, 5. Oh
he's
no.
only on 7, right?
Oh,
But I
wow.
mean, well, so he kind of did this intentionally, where he said, you assume he resourced this turn, so he said either I resource the Devastator or I don't play this turn and I keep 2. George letting him keep both. He let him
he doesn't
keep
want
both.
to draw a play for this turn.
Yeah,
This is okay,
So-
fine. Devastate me next turn.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and so this tells you that George. This tells you that George is very happy with his hand. He just said, "I'm gonna get damage on your base. I'm gonna make sure that you you don't have a play this turn, and I know what you're doing for the next 2 turns.
Probably has a nice set of answers for that even.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Power of the Dark Side is the most obvious one. There are obviously a ton of options. Being No Good to Me Dead, which would be great because you know Ian's only other play would be another Devastator. So it makes him not want to do that next turn.
Pretty sure you know what's coming. Yeah, I like the No Good to Me Dead. Let him kill his own Devastator.
Yeah. And meanwhile, he's just getting in all this damage, even with the exhaust of the leader. McClunky the Bazine.
Oh, so we're just gonna kill this one. So
Yeah,
do
so
5.
it does 5 there.
Yep.
So then he has to ping 1 more. Contracted Jumpmaster. So okay, just throw a Sentinel in front of it. The little 2/4 that could. This little transport blocking the capital ship of the Imperial fleet.
So 4 left. Can't play a Lom, but we can Bazine again. Oh, we could take out the second Devastator.
I don't. Yeah, I think you just.
Are there 3 now?
So he does it here. No,
Oh
it's
no,
a War Jug.
that's a War Jug. Yeah, okay.
But he's more comfortable with the War Jug because his ground presence is so good. So now Ian lost his second Devastator.
Yeah, and he softened this one up for the kill, so getting rid of the second is really nice here.
So Ian needs a way to deal with this 2/4 Space Sentinel that doesn't kill his Devastator. Yeah, I agree with Tyler in chat. It's looking pretty rough for Ian. We've seen some pretty. This is a hard matchup for Django in general, and Ian drew really awkwardly. We saw him spend 2 resources on the 5 resource flip turn. We saw him spend 0 resources on 7.
Oh my gosh!
So,
yeah.
There's a lot of there's been a lot of awkwardness in Ian's draws this game.
Looks like we're still in game 1 on the other match as well. So we'll see if we can bring you some of that if this one resolves. And I do plan on asking the players to go to mulligans and wait for the match next to them to resolve before they start. Let's see if we can do that. So we got a Shadow Hover Tank. Is that what this is? 5/3 Sentinel vehicle for 4.
Yeah.
Do we have the... So we have a Pike Sentinel. I think that's a Relentless Pursuit. It's nice when you have your CAD leader on board with Relentless Pursuit.
Yeah.
But I'd like to finish
Jetpack
off...
on the Crafty Smuggler. So this is going to let him take out the hover tank very cleanly.
Yeah. If he can clear the rest of the board.
Tank. Oh my goodness.
So he might have a blaster to clear the other one.
Yeah, if George has a blaster, he's feeling really good right now because then he can just blast with a Bazine to kill the hover tank. If he doesn't, he's not feeling as good. He doesn't want to kill his CAD leader into this.
I think this is a Relentless Pursuit, and it looks like he has 5, so he can Relentless Pursuit and then Pike Sentinel.
Yeah.
If he wants to. Yeah, there goes the Devastator. Right,
Yeah.
That Jumpmaster accepted the contract and then got devastated.
He jumped at the opportunity.
All right, let's see which direction George goes here. I'm thinking he'll capture it.
Has he used the CAD trigger this turn?
No.
So the other option is play any Underworld card, trigger CAD, and then just attack Bazine into it.
Yeah, at this point.
I think I like that because that's a cleaner answer. Okay, so I think the reason to capture here is because he wants the shield.
It's just the shield.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that leaves it available next turn to not get exhausted.
He might have also not had a clean Underworld card answer.
He had
Nope,
this.
there's an Underworld. Okay,
he just
so
wanted the shield.
He just wanted the shield, yeah.
Yep. Which is great. Being on Tarkentown, he's got 18 on his base.
Yeah, because what this means is that Ian has to get his 3rd Devastator if he wants to tap CAD leader. So George with this play said, my CAD leader is much more likely to hit you this turn.
Even the Crafty still hits for 4.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a lot. clearing the Django leader and then going wide with such a healthy base is really powerful.
He does get the third Devastator. So Cad down through the shield, and the hover tank is back. So this is the punish for the line that George took. But I think George, in his head, basically said, you know, he only has one Devastator left in the deck. I'm not going to play around it because he's more likely to have another tapper than he is to have the Devastator to go through the shield.
That's all the resources for... Well, there's one left, but George could still have a blaster. He just shuffled through his resources. I didn't see one. He's got his ping. He's got No Good to Me Dead to shut down the Devastator.
He does not have the Cad ping.
He does not have the Cad ping.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he could throw the Smuggler in. If he has another jetpack. Okay, he blasters a Bazine. So he just blasters in there. So now he still has 6 damage on board. Ian still has the tap. He only has 1 resource available.
There it is.
There's another blaster. So that's game 1 for George.
All right.
We saw some really awkward draws there from Ian, and we'll see post sideboard. And I think more important than the sideboard is if he can just get a little bit smoother draws in the next game. And so here we are. We are jumping into CoDameron versus Philip from McClunky Gaming. So a little Bot the Network v McClunky action. We have Django 30 that we've seen a few times already, and we have Han Yellow. Philip is incredibly proficient on Han Yellow. We saw him get to the finals of the 3v3 team tournament with the McClunky team. If you guys haven't watched that, go and watch it back. Philip played really well there. I believe in the second best of 3 finals, he defeated John Tada's Django Tarkentown with this Mono Han list.
It was 3v3, so it might not be exactly the same list, but yeah. He did.
I believe it was the same list.
Okay.
I'm fairly, because I was talking to him about it. I believe he was on the same list.
Nice.
And we see here Cantina Bouncer to bounce the Devastator back to hand into a Bodhi, seeing no events, but now he knows exactly what he's up against, which is Devastator, Fett's Fire Spray, and Zygerian Starhopper. And after the Bodhi, Colby skillfully drew Triple Dark Raid. There's a saying in Magic that you can't discard the top of the deck. So it happens sometimes that you play your discard spell and then your opponent immediately draws what you were trying to look for with your discard spell. And so Colby has a lot of options here. He has his Devastator that he could replay. He has the Triple Dark Raid if he wants to fish for something else, potentially get a readied unit. He has the Fett's Fire Spray, which doesn't seem like it does a ton here. I don't think he's going to take that option. So I think the main options are, does he want to play Devastator, or does he want a Triple Dark Raid? He's looking through his discard pile, so he's trying to figure out what all ships he's already played. If he's already played a Triple Dark Raid this game, he's thinking about what he saw and put to the bottom when he did that. So what are his new odds of hitting something good here? Devastator can't kill the Infus Nest. It can only get it to 6, but you could tap it this turn. So you could do something like kill the Bodhi, tap the Infus Nest. Philip's at 14 on base. You're not too worried about the damage race yet, but it'll get there pretty quick for both sides, actually.
I spoke to George and Ian. They're chilling. They're good buddies. They're going to hang out for a bit while we stay on this game. They're going to resolve their mulligans, their sideboarding, and watch the other match along with us for a bit.
Cool. The match score here is 0-0. This is game 1. Brent saying the arena markers feel unnecessary. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't realize that's what those were.
What are they? Oh,
is
that space and ground?
I was honestly, I've been trying to figure out what those say and what they are. I did not know that's what they were. I agree with you, Brent. I literally didn't know that's what they were.
That's all right. Colby likes his tokens.
I mean, I think it can help if you're in the game potentially, but yeah, it doesn't really help us on stream for sure. Yeah, that is not Bot the Network, Philip.
Yeah, he did not join the team.
We are not here to poach players that are already on other successful teams. That is McClunky Gaming, Philip. Thanks, Maddie.
Yeah.
Tyler asking if Philip did not defeat. I don't know. We just got here.
Yeah, I could not tell you. I definitely wasn't paying attention enough to want to interrupt them.
I mean, it is obviously very relevant if he activated and then didn't defeat. He may also still be deciding what to... Yeah, he's deciding what to defeat. Nope, he's smuggling out a tech.
So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're both at 9, and he hasn't ramped yet. I mean, I think he's fine.
They are both at 9. I mean, he could have skipped resourcing a turn, potentially.
Yeah, well, we don't know, so I'm going to leave it alone. We've seen Philip win this way a lot.
So Philip has a really big board here. There is the Triple Dark Raid.
So I was going to say...
I see a Devastator there.
Earlier, we've seen Philip on Han win by bouncing a lot, like continuing to just deploy to the board, continuing to bounce big threats back to hand.
So I think we see a Ruthless Raider for sure and a Devastator. Either one can kill the Infest Nest. Neither one can kill the tech. Those are the two biggest threats on the board right now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matthew. Coming in hot. So saying that Han was defeated while ready, and so he didn't ramp.
Good to know. You're not missing
Bjorn, you're not missing George. They're waiting to start game 2 to make sure that we get to see the end of this game 1. So they have not started game 2. We politely asked them if they would be okay with that. They're both teammates and friends, and they know that the viewers want to see multiple games. So you are not missing any action of George versus Ian. So he does get the Ruthless Raider to kill the Infest Nest. It's interesting there that he didn't get the Devastator. I think probably just because he already has a Devastator in hand, so this gives him options for future turns.
Right.
Obviously, Devastator, if uninterrupted, would be more damage now. But this also, if Philip has something like another Waylay or another Bounce effect, he has 6 resources left, so we can just replay the Ruthless Raider. So it gives him more options this turn as well. He also has the Fire Spray in hand that he could play, so if Philip doesn't have any other interaction, then Colby can get in 9 damage this turn.
17. That would be 26. I mean, I expect interaction. Yeah, here we go. Cunning. That's interaction.
It is, but I'm curious what Philip goes. He might go for the discard because he knows there's a Devastator in hand, but there are 4 cards, so it's rough. He could buff, but obviously the Django hasn't been used, so it's a little bit iffy.
It looks like an exhaust buff. I saw him gesture towards his own unit.
Yeah, so he's buffing the Cantina Bouncer. So he's telling Colby, I know you haven't used Django yet, but you don't have an exhaust effect. And Colby says, here's an exhaust effect.
Yeah, actually, I do.
Yeah. So yeah, Philip kind of punished, but I mean he knew the risk going in there. He knew there were lower odds. He knows one of the cards in hand is a Devastator.
It also forces the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And he also, now Colby doesn't get to play the Fet's Fire Spray this turn, so it's definitely not the end of the world. And he obviously could have Curad first to see if the way was clear, but he wanted to make sure he didn't take that 4 damage. I think he really wanted to exhaust the Ruthless Raider. He's already at 17 damage on base, so preventing the damage was more important than making sure that he got his damage through.
So there's a Fire Spray and a Devastator.
Yeah, there's a Fire Spray, Devastator, Zygerian, Starhopper.
Exhaust is the same as Bounce. It was a TDR, so it really doesn't matter.
Well, no, actually, Exhaust is better than Bounce here because Colby had 6 resources
Oh,
left.
yeah,
so
yeah.
if you bounce the Raider, Colby gets to replay it.
Yeah, he had
So
6.
Exhaust feels much better than Bounce here, in my opinion. He obviously didn't know that Fet's Fire Spray was named with Kira.
All right, great.
Thank you, Colby.
Yeah, we
got
got
you.
it. We got it, buddy. We got it, buddy. Here comes the Starhopper.
Yeah. Exactly. You were not used to seeing Django's have enough. Oh, wow. And then into the Spark. So Devastator down.
Ooh.
Ruthless Raider currently costs 9.
The Fet's Fire Spray?
Sorry, yeah. Fire Spray costs 9.
Yeah.
Ruthless Raider back in hand for 6. But if he can't kill Kira, then there's not a clean way to spend his resources of Raider plus Fire Spray.
Philip has 11 attack. There's 17 on Colby's base
Yes.
if all of them attacked.
Yeah.
28.
Yeah, so 17 each right now. So we might just see a Ruthless Raider into a Ruthless Raider ping here to tap something and slow down some of this damage.
Yeah. It wants to get some attacks in. There's 4 different units to ping this turn. Let's just get this damage in.
You might as well attack first because all of these units attack for 2 or 3 damage, so there's not a huge difference. And attacking first, you need. You don't want to tap right away because if Philip has something like another Cunning, you want to be able to still have a tap available so that he can't Cunning buff for +4.
Right.
So Colby is going to try to dirtle as much as he can until Philip only has 1 attacker left, or maybe 2 if he wants to save the 1 extra damage from a 3 power versus a 2 power attacker.
I think he's also just saying, I'm going to get my attacks in.
Yeah. So 5 to base from this Kira. This is a lot of pressure from Philip on the ground arena, combined with the solid disruption. I mean, this is exactly what Han wants to do, is pressure plus disruption.
Right. These wide boards, kill the Django leader, make your board wide.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a Starhopper attack here first.
I mean, FFG nailed it. You have to kill the leader. And here we are. It's a good spot to be in for Philip. Colby going in the tank. He has, he said 11 resources.
Yeah.
We are deep in this game.
He did not resource up to 12 because the Fire Spray is already being named by the Kira, so even on 12 he would not be able to Ruthless Raider plus Fire Spray.
So he's got the Raider. Well, it was the 3rd card.
I mean, the
Fire
other
Spray
thing he
and
could do is he could just play Fire Spray for 9 and then attack for 5 and put Philip in check.
Yeah, sure. It doesn't give an exhaust if he does that.
Yeah.
It's a little scary.
You're not wrong.
A blaster. Well, I'm just saying. I think that's where he.
Yeah, no, I
need to
agree.
get
I think
this
that's what he was
exhaust.
debating, though. I think he was debating: do I want to? How close do I want to get to killing myself versus putting Philip in check? And when you have when your opponent has a tech out with also 12 resources, you just assume they have it all, whatever they could have.
Do.
Yeah,
They kind of do.
it's pretty hard for Philip to not have answers here to whatever Colby's trying to do.
Yeah.
So going for risky play lines against a tech when you're to 12 plus resources late game is a risky proposition.
And what is this for 2? A surprise.
Surprise strike. So 5 to base now.
Who would have guessed?
So that's game 1. So Philip takes game 1 against Colby's Django Red. So we're gonna go back to our match there. So back to our primary main feature match.
Yes, please.
So now we're back to game 2 of George the Hulk versus Lego Pizza. George the Hulk won game 1. So yeah, they're shoveling up now. They've already sideboarded. They delayed the start of game 2 so that we could make sure that the stream saw the end of game 1 of Django versus Han. And yeah, so the main thing here that Ian needs to do better is draw better.
Have a better start.
In my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a slow start. Oh, both players. We don't like our draw.
There's an 8 and a 6 and a 6 and
Here
an 8.
we go.
So yeah, both players mulligan. We'll see if anyone gets a non-functional hand here. This game is a lot better than most about not having these non-games where players just don't draw anything. Assuming you build your deck semi-correctly. They do still happen sometimes, especially with the mulligan rule being a little bit unforgiving of a bad draw. But you get them a lot less in this game than you do in others, which it's a thing that I really like about this game. Ian does end up with a solid turn 1 play. George does not have a turn 1 play, so, and then he immediately top decks a Crafty Smuggler. We told Ian to draw better. Should have told that to George. So yeah, that's unfortunate. It's George knows the math on what his odds are of not having turn 1 and turn 2 plays with this Cad Colossus deck. In general, it's obviously more likely with Colossus than without, but that's why you build your deck with more options there so that your percentages are about the same. Ian with second Kylo's tie. So not the most resource efficient turn for Ian, but he is able to keep something on the battlefield. And then anything of P38, IG 2000, all of those will kill the Star Hopper and clear the way for, or sorry, the Jump Master and clear the way for this Kylo's tie to get in there.
All right. So Ian and I started a podcast across the network. Ian is my co-host. We're 5 episodes in. We were planning to get the winner of the 6K to join us on this week's podcast. So now if Ian just wins it, then we automatically have the winner of the 6K.
It'll be your first guestless episode.
We'll bring someone else on. We might try to get the KTOD team to come hang out with us. We'll see. But yeah, go check it out on Spotify and YouTube. It's called Across the Network.
Yeah, of the 2 people you're listening to and 2 people you're watching, all 4 people have been on that podcast.
That's right. Yeah, there's an episode with George, an episode with Jeff. That's right. All of us have been on it. We're only 5 episodes in. I mean, you got it. The George one has been so popular.
Yeah.
Gotta check that one out. At a minimum, go check that one out.
So going here into 4 resource turn, and this is like I said during Gee's match with this Cad Colossus deck, George missed his turn 1 play, and even with that, this deck is so good on the first few turns. You very often go with no damage on your base into these resource turns. Ian here with a Tarkin Town to basically soft pass.
Yeah.
He's saying, I don't need my base in this. Your boba dies to a single ping anyway, so it'll die later, whatever. I don't care about that. What I care about is that I'm passing so that you act first, but you can't just claim, and you have to do something, and I'm going to respond to that. Yeah, Caden.
Yeah, he may just attack.
Caden upset that Ian went from Han to villain. we tried a lot of options, and then we saw a lot of the spoilers from Jump to Lightspeed, and we said, this villain deck seems pretty good. The more we tested it, we said, this villain deck seems real good. It seems like most of the world agrees based on all the events that we've seen this weekend from here and from Milan. So we see really good response from George. The Tarkentown was already mostly a pass, so Ian's not too upset about this. But the McClunky does make sure that that does help make sure that the Tarkentown went definitely nothing.
Wow, so we got to attack, Django flipped, and then McClunky.
Yeah, and then McClunky,
Nice.
and then Bazine.
Handling some personal.
So we see here, we see a Ruthless Raider. Looks like an IG 2000. So George is trying to figure out what he wants to discard with the Bazine here. Also getting his paper so he can write down the cards. We have a Daring Raid. IG goes away.
Daring Raid, Ruthless. Here, we've talked about how Ruthless used to be the best ship in the deck.
Yeah,
George
he's
is getting
keep
rid of
your
the
Ruthless.
IG.
Get rid of this IG.
You can have your Ruthless.
You can have Ruthless.
That's
I don't care
whatever.
about that.
It's not that Ruthless anymore.
It's a Ruthful Raider.
It's Ruthful instead
Yeah,
of Ruthless.
it's Ruthful. Yeah, it used to be Ruthless. It has found Ruth. It is now a Ruthful Raider.
Oh, the Late Pride.
Yes. I believe they say that cometh before the fall. So we'll see if Ian can avoid the fall and take this to a game 3.
Another early to mid turn where he didn't get to spend all his resources.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's why George took the IG. He said,
I'm gonna take that play away from
he said,
me.
yeah, I'm gonna. I remember how game 1 went when you only spent 2 resources on R5. I'm gonna make you do that again.
Man.
So George still under really no pressure coming into his CAD flip turn. So really exactly where George wants to be here. Ian, obviously, like we've seen this Django deck all weekend have outs and have a lot of reach.
The next step of this puzzle is clearing that Django leader, which a blaster could do with that Bazine. The Bazine body is just a nice little platform for things like that.
We do see the blaster kill the Django. So now Cad leader is going to be a much bigger threat. Guerrilla Soldier coming in to 3 to base. So Ian with a build your own surprise strike here.
So we've got the leader flip. We have 3 more resources to play with.
This Guerrilla Soldier really reminds me. So the old Decipher Star Wars TCG from the 90s. They ended up making cards like Darth Vader plus lightsaber, where it was all in one card.
Oh.
I feel like that's with Guerrilla Soldier. It's just like turn 1 play plus surprise strike for 3 resources.
Yeah, I didn't play that game enough. Like a lot of people that played this game come from Destiny or Decipher. Like they've kind of followed the Star Wars games along. I didn't play any of them. I'd like to.
Yeah.
I want to try it.
Yeah, I agree with Pins and Smoke in chat. George is, and I think the key here is a lot of players say, "Oh, I'm gonna Bazine you on turn 1. I'm gonna try to scam you off of a turn 1 play." But when you're playing against good players, they know that that's an option, so they'll keep 2 turn 1 plays. But a lot of times, what's better for Bazine is you say, okay, I need you to not on 5 resources triple Dark Raid. I need you to not on 7 resources sneak attack a Devastator. So knowing what you're playing against, knowing what their key turns are, and when you need to Bazine to say, I'm going to make your turn awkward this turn. George recognizes that the 5 resource turn is critical for Django. They don't have that many plays on 5 resources. They have TDR, Sneak, IG 2000. That's it. So if you Bazine them on 5 resources, you're likely going to be able to mess up their turn.
All right, so we had covert strength on the CAD leader.
Yeah.
That gave it enough power that the gorilla coming into the leader would die. And then that exhausted the leader, and we're into the next turn.
Yeah. And now he exhausts CAD again.
Yep, and we've got 2 indirect to spend.
Yeah. And so we know that there is a Ruthless Raider in Ian's hand. So now George is looking for another covert strength.
Yeah,
And he is looking.
If we have it.
Does he have it? Another covert strength would be a huge blowout here. Ian is just hoping that George does not have it. I don't think Ian had another option. I think this is 100% the play he has to make. And if he has another covert strength, then he has it.
Some of these smuggle cards are so unassuming at first glance. The Star Hopper that gives the -3 covert strength, but they're there for you in like really key moments like this.
Yeah,
They
absolutely.
can just sit in the row and wait for exactly when you need them.
Yeah, and George is not a slow roll kind of player. I'm guessing this means he does not have the covert strength. He would just slam it down if he had it. So he's trying to decide what he wants to do here. I think he knows about the Ruthless Raider.
Oh,
So.
careful.
Oh, so it's just a daring raid. So I believe George passed there, knowing that Ian was going to do something to kill Cad. And,
Just wanted to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just show me, and then I'll go.
Well, because I think I see a no glory only result. So he was hoping it was the Ruthless Raider, and then he would be able to defeat it.
Right.
Now we'll see. I don't think George passes again. Ah,
Oh.
Bazine, okay.
I wonder if he had a jetpack in there.
Oh, we see the Devastator, too.
Nice. Bazine, I mean, we were talking about Bazine a moment ago. It's so good in this deck.
Yeah.
Triggers your CAD. It's amazing with McClunky.
Yeah.
It's a platform for Blaster when you need exactly that 3.
And to me, I think alarm bells are going off in Ian's head right here. Yeah, exactly. I love this play by Ian. So Ian says, we've seen George use Bazine to make turns super awkward already. Like that's been his main function of Bazine. He sits there and sees, oh, you have what looks like the perfect play this turn and of the perfect play next turn. I'm going to take the perfect play next turn. He takes the Devastator, leaves the Ruthless Raider. So to me, if I'm Ian, this screams, George has the perfect answer to this Ruthless Raider and wants me to play it. So Ian doesn't play into what George wants him to do. He plays the Bazine and says, okay, what is this answer to Ruthless Raider? What are you going to do? And now he sees the answer, no glory, only results. If he plays a Ruthless Raider, it just immediately gets taken, killed. Ian's base takes damage instead of George's.
But he also has 2 CAD units, so very tough decision.
This is and so Ian takes the cheap card, and Ian did
Shut
not want
down
to
the
see
turn.
that hand. Yeah, shuts down the turn, and now Ian knows at least mostly what he has to beat, but that's a lot of gas in George's hand. That is not what Ian wanted to see. So he knows about the no glory and the double CAD unit. So he knows that this Ruthless Raider is not likely to get much going on. He's already down 1 Devastator. Looks like double triple Dark Raid draw.
Double, triple Dark Raid?
Yeah.
Across the sky.
So what I would imagine Ian is going to do here is just start attacking with small units, make George have to do something, and try to get in triple Dark Raids at the end of the turn.
We do have a jetpack in there, which at some point in this game might be a really timely
It could be
play because it stops the exhaust.
I wouldn't be. Oh, I think George has initiative. Okay, I was gonna say if Ian had initiative, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Bazine attack into Bazine and tap. Because it takes George off in action, and yeah, that's what Ian goes for. So the whole goal here is, can I force George to take an action before I have to play these triple Dark Raids?
Yep. There's a lot of cheap options in Georgia's deck. We've got a lot of resources now.
Yeah, and
you should be able to dirtle a little bit.
And
here.
it's not only that. We saw Ian prepare for this last turn. We saw him take a 3-cost card. We saw him leave 2 CADs and the no glory. He says, the way that I'm gonna beat you here is I'm gonna force you to only be able to play 1 card a turn. Those cards are really good, but if George was able to sit here and say, okay, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna play this Boba unit and leave 5 resources up for no glory, then Ian still couldn't play these triple Dark Raids very safely. But now he's making George spend his other cards.
So we got the ping from Cad hitting the Bazine.
And Ian can still attack for 0.
Do you have 4 more? Yeah, we're at 8, 3. Whatever.
George does have 4.
Okay.
So Ian knows this turn that there's no glory coming and there's no CAD unit coming.
Right. Could be Pulse. We're in game 2. Could be. I don't see it.
I think I see a Relentless Pursuit, but there's not a good option for it. So Ian does get the Devastator, and
Clear the Sentinel.
Yeah, and it's huge here that George had to spend those resources first, because he would love to no glory this and not send it back to Ian's hand. He
or
does.
even
He
throw the
does.
Sentinel in front of it after the fact.
Yeah.
Now I can't do that.
He has oh, that's right, because the when played killed the. So he has another smuggler's thing that I always forget which hobby
Star
it is.
Hopper or something.
It's one of them hoppers. I don't know.
Yeah.
Chad was yelling at me for getting it wrong before. I don't know all these. I'm not George. I don't know all these smuggle cards as well as everybody else does. So now the Devastator only attacks for 6. George takes initiative, and now we know Ian has a Ruthless Raider and a Devastator, but we also know George still has CAD unit and the No Glory.
I mean, he's got that 35 health base for a
Yeah.
reason. Give him the time to line all these things up and build up a board state
Yeah.
against these smaller bases, these little baby bases. I'm gonna figure out the name of that ship. We're gonna know.
I know it starts with Smugglers. I think it's Smuggler Starfighter. I'm pretty sure it's Smuggler Starfighter.
Probably because I keep calling it a hopper.
Yeah, so that's the Zygerian Star Hopper. That's the Django card,
There's the other hopper.
2-drop.
All right, what'd you think it was called?
Smuggler Starfighter.
You nailed it.
Bam, we got there.
Smuggler Starfighter. Aegir also wins the competition.
Great job, Aegir. We did it.
Woo!
You probably did it quicker and easier than I did, but we both did it. That's what's important.
Another
So here comes the other Triple Dark
And he's
Raid.
just firing this one right off.
Yes, the difference is George has all his resources, so he knows that there's a CAD unit and a No Glory.
Right.
He gets the War Jug, so he kills the Bazine, taps one of the Starfighters, and he only has 5, or sorry, he's only gonna have 4 resources left after he pays for the Jug. So now George gets to decide, and notably Ian does not ping his War Juggernaut because he knows that George has 2 Cad Bane units in hand, and he doesn't want George to be able to capture both easily. Because that would be a pretty clean answer to the whole board.
Yeah, so this is 9 toughness.
Yeah, so now George has to decide, do I play an Underworld card to get a ping trigger, which Ian could still just take off the shield and leave 9 toughness, or do I CAD unit only capture this War Jug?
I think I'm happy just getting that cat on the table like this.
Yeah.
You still have no glory. You're still drawing 2 a turn. You still have all these smuggle cards in the row.
Yeah.
Exhaust your leader, George.
We saw him take the ping. It's yeah.
Yeah. I do not think he will ping again.
5 into the CAD
Oh,
unit.
wow. Could have a daring raid.
Could have a daring
or,
raid.
like a ruthless in his hand for next turn.
Yeah. We know he did have a Ruthless. I believe he still has it.
Okay, so he probably has that.
Phil and Colby are in game 2, and I see Phil with a very wide board, and Colby without a wide board.
That is how Phil wins.
Yes. So it looks like Phil is ahead in game 2. They are at the 7 to 8 resource range.
Before the quarterfinals here, Colby knew this was a really dangerous matchup.
Yeah.
And George was expecting to have to face Philip after beating Ian.
And that is not a matchup that George wanted to see. He wants to beat up Django's. He doesn't want to have to deal with DJ stealing his resources and Hans discarding. He's okay with the discard part, but
Yeah, Philip
the
could
DJs
be
and the
positioned.
Infists and all this stuff. Yeah, Philip could
could
be
be.
positioned really well. So George here going 6 to base with the Blaster on CAD unit. Or sorry, 9 to base with the Blaster on CAD unit. Philip won game 1 against Colby. They're in game 2 now.
All right. We have Django right where we want them. In check. With the Django leader dead. Everyone watching, I know there's some chat about Django in the channel. I mean, this is what you want. Kill the leader, have them in check. That's the puzzle you're trying to solve.
Yeah. There's another Devastator.
Wow.
Yeah, so putting the 5 damage on Cad really lined this up to.
Frank is out on the floor playing auctioneer for the playmat that we're not auctioning. Oh yeah, auctioning.
It was a silent auction.
Silent
it has
auction.
now become less silent.
It's now a very loud over the speakers auction. He's asking for bidders.
Yeah,
what was that? 600 I just heard.
650, I believe.
650.
And this is a
800. I think 800.
Yeah, so
That's what it went
800,
for.
and this is a charity silent auction. All of this
Right.
money, which Frank is matching, is going to Our House, which is a charity in Birmingham, Alabama, to help unhoused youths.
Yeah, they do like food efforts,
Yeah.
housing efforts.
We actually had a representative talking about them on stream yesterday. Check that in the VOD. It's a really good cause.
Yep.
So back here we have Cad capturing the Devastator, a new Cad.
Cad is back.
Back again.
So 19 on base, so it still puts you in check. And now it has a shield.
Oh, a shield.
Extra in check.
Yeah.
Dryden Vase, is it in hand? I mean, we might not get to see it.
I don't think we get there.
We might not get to see it, unfortunately. Do we have
Ian-
7 resources now?
Ian has to have a waylay for
4,
this
5,
Cad
6,
unit.
7. We do have the resources.
He could also just claim and draw another Devastator, but those are his 2 outs that I know of that I can think of is Devastator because it can ping through the shield to tap and waylay.
Yeah, 3 resources. 19. I might have to go give Ian a big hug after this. Some
I mean,
consoling.
when he saw the bracket, he knew this was going to be a tough gauntlet. This is a really
Yeah,
tough
for
matchup for his deck. He got through Gi.
Looks like he claimed.
And now she's trying. Yeah, he
All right,
claimed.
for the stream, George. For the stream. Dryden, Voss, if it's in your hand.
I want to see Cad blue with a Devastator.
Yes. Dryden? Oh, we don't
Oh,
have
no
Dryden.
glory. Just the
George,
classic.
that's boring.
No, this is thematic. No glory, only results.
Yes.
George
Yes.
is getting the results.
doing
He's not
it.
getting the glory of Dryden Voss playing a Devastator,
that's
but he's
right.
getting the
That's
results
right.
of winning the
Yeah.
top 4.
Yeah.
So George being very thematic and on point here.
Okay. Here's your playmat. Congratulations.
Oh, so we did it right. George won. We had an
Yes.
interruption on our side.
Yeah, so George got there. Ian did not get the. He got
He
the Dryden. He showed the Dryden.
He showed it. Oh, man.
Yeah, because also he gets to play it with the Dryden, so it lets him get the win played from the Devastator.
Yeah. All right, so we've got...
So now we're going to. This is game 2. Looks like we're coming to a swift conclusion here. There is a Devastator for Phil. It looks at first glance like he needs more than this
For Colby.
for Colby.
But his base has 22 on it.
Yeah, so he can tap the Infus Nest here. And now this is
And he kinda
5 damage.
pumps.
So yes, he needs a surprise strike from Philip to win this turn.
He has a tech out. Lots of... I mean, Colby's tapped out as well.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a Falcon. A lot of ways to close it out from here.
Looks like we're getting pretty close to having our final. Colby claims, and then Philip saying, here's the blaster for 5. So now Philip needs 1 more damage this turn.
And
There's the damage. Okay. So Philip
All
wins.
right.
Philip wins the other semifinal. So we're going to have Philip from McClunky Gaming in the final against George the Hulk from the Bothan Network.
Right, so Philip winning in this right bracket, George winning in the left. They're going to play shortly.
Yeah, they're going to play shortly.
we got a little small interview, real quick. Not with a player, for the playmat charity giveaway. We'll be right back. All right. Come on, bring it in, boys.
We are here with Richard, who just won the charity auction for the serialized playmat from the Boston Invitational.
Yep.
A $800 bid going to our house, a charity in Birmingham.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah. Any charity that deals with kids and helping kids and
Yeah,
being a positive role model for the future and making them set up for success. You know, that's a great charity in my book. So.
Yeah, we had Reagan on yesterday talking about it, and it sounds like a really good cause. So what are you? How have you been doing here this weekend?
Oh, terrible! Terrible. Yeah. I played in the Pool 2 6K.
Yeah.
And went 2 and 4. So or
It's
two,
quite the
2 and
tough
5.
field.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a lot of
this field has
amazing
been
players,
insane.
You know, when you have just a huge event like this, it's just cool to be a part of.
Yeah.
Get a part of the the history, supporting the charity,
absolutely.
and have fun playing because that's the name of the game.
How'd that auction play out? We could hear it in here.
Oh
Yeah,
we're
happening?
going
What
up
was
against
happening?
Hawk's Nest Gaming.
Okay.
Cameron over there, he's a good dude, but
Yeah.
that was awesome.
You
Yeah,
guys,
it's a
you
lot of
guys
fun.
pushed it up to be a really nice donation there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So again,
I'm also excited you pushed up Frank to match. So now you're making
Yeah.
Frank pay more too, because Frank vowed to match whatever the
did.
auction winning was.
Yeah.
So you helped raise $1,600
That's pretty cool.
for our house.
That's pretty cool. It's
So,
an
yeah.
awesome feeling.
Yeah, that's
exciting.
really awesome.
Cool. Thank you guys for having me on the
Yeah.
stream. I appreciate
No
it.
problem.
coming. Thanks for
Anything
coming.
else you want to say to the stream?
Oh no, just keep on playing SWU. Repping this in Denver, probably
let's-
losing.
Oh yeah,
but,
you can see what it's on the
Get it in
camera.
frame.
Yeah,
There we go.
oh, there we go.
We're
There we
repping that
go.
in Denver, but
25
probably
of
losing.
25.
But losing for
Hey.
charity is good. So
So we're
You
not.
just gotta play me in round one. I always lose round one, so you just gotta play against me, and you'll be fine.
awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, thank you
Cool.
very
Thank you
much. It was
guys
good
very
talking
much.
to you, and thank
Appreciate
you
it.
thank you for
Yeah.
helping out our house.
All right,
So.
take care, guys.
We'll
Yeah.
see ya.
All right, and we're gonna go on a short break. We'll be back soon with the finals. Thanks for hanging out. All right, everybody. We are here for the grand finals of the 6K tournament of the Bothan Invitational. We have George the Hulk on Cad Blue Colossus versus Philip on Mono Yellow Han. Bothan Network versus McClunky Gaming here for the final. Philip also was the runner-up in the team competition, or one of the runners-up, I should say, on the McClunky team that made it to the finals there. A rampage through the upper bracket of the tournament with, I believe, the exact same Mono Han list that he's running here. Philip had, and I believe the McClunky guys, or no, it was the KTOD guys that said Alex on his Mono Han didn't lose a match.
That's right.
And I'm not sure exactly how Philip personally did in the team event, but his team tore through the upper bracket. They were taking names. They took my team down to the lower bracket. They played a lot of good players and did really well against them until they ran up into KTOD in the finals.
Philip's had a good weekend.
Yeah.
And let's update the name, the round. We are in the finals.
Yeah, so both players have reviewed their deck lists, reviewed each other's deck lists. Philip is a very thorough player. I saw him do this even against more common decks, where he verified and made sure that he knew what all the cards were in the deck list. So we saw him having George taking like multiple cards out of his deck so that Philip could read them and see exactly what they did. He's a very deliberate player, and he really likes to know exactly what the cards say and exactly what they do.
Yeah, I mean, some of these cards are not played as commonly.
Yeah.
The Covert Strength, the Starfighter, Smuggling Starfighter.
Yeah, it was interesting. So I was talking to Philip before the top cut started. I knew of him before because he's a very high reputation and he's a very good player on the McClunky team. But I hadn't met him until this weekend. So I was talking to him, and I told him that to me he seems like a very analytical player, to which he agreed. And I asked him his thoughts on how we basically had overnight to before the top cut, where everyone in top 16 knew their matchups, they knew their opponent's deck list. I asked him how he liked that. And he said to him it didn't matter that much. He said he said the extra information didn't matter that much. Where I think he's the kind of person where he feels like whether he gets 5 minutes to look at the deck list or overnight, it's still gonna be kind of the same. Like, he's still gonna understand what he needs to do. He does like the rest aspect where you don't have to play 7-8 rounds of Swiss, then 4 or 5 rounds of top cut. The mental stamina aspect of a top cut for a single day event is really big, and a lot of the players talked about that as well, that I talked to, about how they like the aspect of coming into the top cut actually rested, as opposed to coming in after a lot of times also a very stressful last round of Swiss for the players that got the win in. You get the overnight to de-stress, calm down, think about it.
And George came out of the first pool, right? Did they both? Or I'm trying to remember which pool Philip came out of.
I think Philip came out of pool 2. I could be wrong. I don't remember. I know George came out of pool 1.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
I can't remember if Philip was pool 1 or pool 2.
Here we go. Hulk Smash.
Yeah.
Always start every match with George that way. George, PQ winner with Mono Han. Very familiar with the deck.
Mm-hmm. George, yeah. Passing to start, trying to make Philip a little nervous. Then he goes for the Pike Sentinel. 2 Boba units in hand. So George wanted to make sure that he had initiative going into round 2. Bodhi misses.
Less options when we're on Colossus.
Yeah.
Not as many cards in hand to choose from. And again, George, very aware of resourcing on these early turns when he knows his opponent might Bodhi him.
Yep.
Something he thinks about a lot. Were they both pool 1? Okay, thank you. right, so they're both going to start the turn on 3.
Yeah, so
it's always interesting to see if Han ramps to 4 to play like a Kira or Ahsoka here,
Yeah.
or just play one of the 3 drops.
And Philip defeating an Infest Nest here, it's worth noting that Infest Nest is one of the keys to the Django matchup. The card is so good against Django, but it's not as good here. The units that Cad cares about are much higher health, or higher power, sorry, whether it's the Snoke, which Infest needs +3 to bounce, or the Cad unit that Infest needs +3 to bounce. Or a Cad leader, which Infest can't bounce at all. It's a much lower priority in this matchup.
It also could show that Phil is having to craft his hand for these first couple turns, and that he has a lot of smuggle in the row.
Yeah.
Something to be aware of when playing against Mono Han when you see them discard, to try and infer like whether they have a lot of smuggle, a little bit of smuggle, how good their hand might be.
Yeah, and one thing I wouldn't be surprised if we see the first 2 cards that George resourced might have been 2 non-units, because the most common play that Han wants to make, especially against a blue villain deck, especially against a Colossus deck, is to try to disrupt their hand. Yeah. And George played around that by having only units in his hand.
So it's a 3-drop. We're not gonna play a 4-drop here.
And goes for the Liberated Slave. So 3/5 versus 3/5.
I'm gonna check Philip's lists for sparks and stuff like that in the sideboard. 4 resource turn. Oh, going straight into taking out the 3/5. I like it.
Blaster on the slaves, yeah.
Love it.
It stops Philip from doing the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly, Ager. When you talk to George about this list, the standard that people do against Colossus is they say, oh, you already start with 1 fewer card. I'm going to try to discard you a lot. And George loves it when people take that route. He says, that's fine. I've got my second hand down here. I don't care if you try to discard. Cantina Bouncer, so getting rid of the Blaster and bouncing the Boba Fett back to hand. Ooh, see a Long Pike. That is a huge card.
Ability for that. Yeah. This is going to be Han's flip turn. So if he deployed the Pike, he wouldn't be able to disrupt the flip. I don't know if he has a way to disrupt the flip this turn. Something to think about.
Yeah, so George deciding here, what does he do if Philip goes Han activate, flip, attack, DJ?
Adam Rounds, we're not actually sure. We were talking before the round. I'm not sure it's an easy matchup for George either.
Yeah, I think George is very worried about this turn specifically. Philip is very worried about if he doesn't gain a huge advantage this turn. So I think either way, this is going to be a pivotal turn. Does Philip get to flip into some large thing like a DJ here? Usually Philip has been winning these games by going wide and saying Django can't tap all my board or Cad can't ping all my board, but this Cad deck has a lot more removal options than some of the other ones that he may have faced.
Oh, straight into a Zori.
Straight into the Zori, interesting. So yeah. Not even going to try to feign the DJ.
Yeah, being on a 6 deploy leader, DJ can still be scary here. Oh, right into the Lom Pike. So we're clearing the way. Do what you want, Monohan. We're going to go to next turn.
Well, I think Philip did this because now he has the choice. Playing the Zori first gives him the choice of if he wants initiative going into George's flip turn. He could say, okay, I'm not going to flip my leader. I'm going to claim. Or I'm going to flip my leader to get him out. And yeah, that is what it looks like he's doing. So he's not flipping on 6.
He may want to clear the Long Pike out of the way.
Yeah. And I think that's why he played the Zori. He said, I'm probably not going to get to 7, or maybe he just said, I don't have a DJ and don't want to bluff that I have a DJ. So I'm going to spend my resources first, which means George is going to play something, and then I get initiative.
It's also a safer way to get to 7, right? Delaying the Han flip.
Yeah.
Get to 7 next turn without any way to disrupt it.
And so now if he has something like a Hotshot Blaster, he can Blaster Zori in to kill Long Pike. He can act first to try to disrupt whatever he thinks George is going to do this turn.
Ager, we've been pretty low on Tobias. I think Long Pike is very strong. Kind of fills that slot a bit.
Yeah. You only want so many expensive smuggle cards. You want
Yeah.
most of them to be cheap. When you look at things like the Jetpack, the Covert Strength, the Bazine, you want to be able to spend 3 to 4 resources to kind of gain incremental advantage without using cards from your hand. Because cheap actions are very helpful. The main problem with cheap actions is when they also cost a card from your hand and you run out of resources. But when those cheap actions are smuggle from the row, then you still have everything in your hand and all the options available to you to spend the rest of your resources. It lets you make a lot more choices in a turn.
A lot of them are contextual as well, where they're there for you in specific moments.
Yeah.
And having them be more affordable is good. Contextual options that are cheaper can allow you to react to board states where you need them.
There
Starting
is
with
the Cunning.
So we're going to bounce with this Cunning?
I'm interested what we're going to do with this Cunning.
He might use that token to remind himself to defeat a resource. Adam Reynolds. It's definitely not the epic action. It's not been deployed.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure why he uses the token on Han, honestly. So he goes bounce, and I think he buffed the Zori.
All right, so 6 resources for George. They both can flip this turn now.
Yeah. So interesting here. So this Zori is kind of holding Cad hostage, but George can't Relentless Pursuit the Zori, so he gets in 3 damage and a Cad trigger.
Something Cad decks will try to do is get both triggers on the flip turn. He may be trying to set himself up for that, possibly.
But if he flips right now, then the Zori can just kill Cad.
Right. So he may have a way to clear that, flip.
He might just have a second Cloud Rider. Either way, Philip is now debating if he wants to keep holding this Zori up or if he wants to get the trigger in.
Yeah. You want to give up that damage, potentially?
Yeah, that's a lot of damage to be giving up.
Okay, going for the
So
flip.
he is just going to flip here. And I like this flip by Philip because second Cloud Rider, which he does have, so it kills the Zori, but now Philip gets to attack with his Han leader, and he gets that set up ready for next turn. So not good for Philip. That is a really good answer that George had, but not the end of the world for Philip, I don't think.
Was a lot of missed damage.
He does appear to be unhappy with that, just looking at what I can see from his face and his body language. So I guess maybe he didn't expect the second Cloud Rider. Second Cloud Rider was kind of what I read from the first Cloud Rider. That was the only thing that really made sense for George to have. Maybe he thought George was bluffing it.
He couldn't have clunky from there. Didn't have a unit.
Maybe he thought George was just trying to bluff the second Cloud Rider and wanted to make him have it. But I think it is very important to try to deal with the Cad leader as soon as he flips. So I do think that I do understand why Philip would not want to attack the damage into base there and would want to make sure that he can try to mess up George's turn a little bit more.
Looks like we're going for the flip. He may have one more Underworld card. We've got the 2/2 for 2 that
resources
can jump on a
up.
vehicle.
Yeah.
We've got Crafty Smugglers.
There are a lot of 2-drop options.
Yeah. If that is what he has, it'll be interesting to see if he puts damage on a unit with his leader first or just fires it off.
Josh and Chad asking about the Milan top 8. It was 7 Django Tarkentowns and 1 Piet Yellow, and the finals was a Django Tarkentown mirror.
It sounds like the Piet was a player I practiced with a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
In our Bothan Network Discord. Actually mentioned it on the podcast that we had some good games together.
That's cool.
Yeah, really neat.
Hotshot Blaster, so getting 5 into Cad Bane.
The nice thing here is only taking the 2 back. It's a great opportunity. Like, one of Cad's problems is how easy it is to get some damage on him without dying. I believe we need 2 damage on the bouncer. Yeah, they figured it out.
They got there.
Did we draw a card? Oh, they're going.
George claimed. They go to the next turn. Yeah,
claimed. Okay. All right, got it. So,
George might have claimed, especially if he has something like a Relentless Pursuit, because he can capture the Cantina Bouncer, get rid of the Hotshot Blaster, and shield his CAD leader.
I wouldn't be surprised if he hotshots into the Han leader.
Could do that as well.
Just to get rid of it, but I don't know. Let's see. So we're on 7 resources this turn. CAD leader only has 3 health remaining. Fully healthy Han leader and a Cantina Bouncer with a blaster on it. 3 damage. Ooh, full 7. Is it CAD unit? Nice.
So capturing and then pinging CAD. Pinging Han leader with CAD. So Han can take out the CAD leader now. But then he's only got 2 health left. I think Philip has to take out CAD here for sure. I think that just has to happen. I'm thinking if Philip has something like a DJ, are we past the point where George cares that much? Tech he still has to deal with. You can't let the tech hang around.
Right.
And then Waylay on Cad Bane.
Did we smuggle enough?
Did he replace the smuggle?
Let's see how many resources he has after this. He should have 8 after all the defeats. Because he did just resource.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Think I see 7? It's hard to tell. The way they're all even is really hard to tell.
Did he? I don't think he defeated yet. Did he?
No, I think I do see 8 there now. Which would be 4 for tech.
Well, he smuggled twice, right? Smuggled tech and then smuggled Waylay, or was Waylay from the hand? Waylay was from the hand because he was on 7. He was on 7. Okay.
So he did 4 for tech, 3 for Waylay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he should have 8. Well, he should. They're both on 8 resources, right? So Han should have 8 right now. I'm gonna peek.
I think he has 8. I'm pretty sure he has 8.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah. Yeah, he. I think he didn't get a resource from Han either. I'm not sure. I'd have to watch the watch the footage back. He didn't defeat one, definitely. He definitely didn't defeat one, but I also think he didn't get his Han resource either. Oh, he did place one with Han? That was what I'm not sure. So he did get one from the attack. Okay. No, that was what I couldn't remember.
He has 9. So
okay.
They're going to resolve it.
Yeah, because he definitely did not defeat one this turn.
Yeah.
So the judge is there. They're going to fix that now.
Yep.
Yeah.
The head judge is watching the match at this point. So I just asked the head judge if he can check their resources, and that Philip should have 8.
You can also see from the top of his resource pile that it's Blaster and Waylay, so there's no new card on his discard.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Judge Call keeping track now. Yeah, I don't play Han nearly as much as all these guys. I am paranoid about the reminder trackers because I know that I would forget otherwise.
I use dice on like confusing turns because when you play Han a lot, your like metric or heuristic or whatever is, am I readying one of these things? If you're readying your leader, you need to defeat one.
Yeah.
But on the flip turn, you need to defeat two. So you kind of get used to that cycle. But if there's a turn like where I had my Han leader, it got exhausted by a Django or something, then I have to remember I do not have an extra resource to defeat.
Yeah. And so we do see the DJ now. And the DJ is also more... It is a bit more harsh here than just the resource because George has so much smuggle.
You can smuggle your opponent's resources after you take control of them.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, Zach. And then also that's another way to not have to give the resource back.
Yep.
It actually came up on stream yesterday in a Monohan mirror where there was a smuggle. The DJ stole an L337, and then the Han player that stole the L3 just played it from smuggle and then didn't have to activate Han and defeat a resource.
Yep. I did exactly that on Friday.
Yeah. No, he did defeat a resource. He defeated the Bamboozle.
Yeah, he defeated.
He defeated after the fact. The judge came in. We realized that he needed to defeat one more.
The reason he has 4 readied resources now is because he swapped one of the resources he paid for the DJ.
Yeah.
For George's, which is a legal play.
Yeah, that's just a habit to get into. Which, in case George defeats the DJ, George gets back an exhausted resource.
Yep. Well, I don't think you're excited about this board if you're George.
Yeah, I think George was feeling okay last turn. This turn, not so much. Getting the tech into Waylay into DJ, like these last 2 turns for Philip have been really huge.
Yep.
It's also really hard for me, at least on stream, I assume everyone on stream, to count Philip's resources because they're all the same height. Yeah. So I can't see, it's really hard to tell exactly how many he has. So that's another layer of the, did he defeat, like for me, Bjorn, I'm okay with monocolored sleeves. What I do, I do this anyway just for my own and my opponent's clarity. I stagger my resources. So I'll put them in groups of 3 and stagger them so you can clearly see the angles of the cards, to make it a lot easier to count. So it looks like they're both counting now.
Let's make sure we're good.
Yeah.
And he does not defeat the resource this turn.
Yeah, so George played no good on the Han leader.
So it'll stay exhausted. Yeah, there is no resource to defeat this turn. And George has initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It will be difficult for him to play any of George's smuggle cards in aspect. I think the Starfighter is neutral yellow, so we could play that one in aspect.
Yeah, he could.
I think most of George's other smuggle cards are either blue, villain, or both.
Yeah, he has a tech, but none of them. It needs to be a yellow card to not pay additional tax.
Han into the long pike. So now Han unit on board. Philip sticking with this strategy of going wide on the ground. I don't believe George's list runs Super Laser Blast. We do see the Han unit here getting to capture a lot of things. So notably leaving the tech out there, but still getting the DJ, the L3, and another ground unit. George gets his resource back. It is exhausted, but he gets it back. So Philip doesn't get to defeat George's resource.
Yeah. It's really nice softening up a unit so that you can capture 3 with Cad.
This is soft to another Waylay, just because he had to put so much damage into the DJ already. But it's also not the end of the world. Not
the Cad ping.
Not the end of the world. The DJ comes. Yeah. So Philip's deciding where to put the Cad ping now.
Yeah, Bjorn. I don't know either. If it's looking hot for George.
Yeah.
A blaster on Han or a Spry Shark on Han just clears that Cad for free.
Yeah. Snow feels like a solid answer.
Yeah, no laser blasts. He's just not that kind of deck. He's committing a lot to the board. So there's a lot of positions where laser blast is not good for him.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Just not the game he's trying to play. I'm expecting a blaster from Philip. How many have we seen? Just one?
Yeah, definitely one.
Or a surprise strike.
That is a surprise strike from Han leader. Interesting. So he's keeping his Han unit up.
Yeah.
So what this does is this lets him get his Han resource now, and so if he DJs again, he already has a resource to defeat.
Mm-hmm.
It also means that Han unit is ready if George plays a second Long Pike from resources.
Yeah. It's definitely a strong position for Philip. Very strong position for Philip.
Yeah.
His board.
Yeah. George mulling over his options, trying to see what's in his hand.
All right. Well, I think George probably just taking his time, making sure, there's no way to get out of this. It is untimed. You might as well think about your options.
And he's got a lot of options, so... All right, so we see George going with the Bazine, discarding a Cunning. Gives him more information. He does still have a lot of health to play with on his base. Philip has a lot of damage here, but George has a few turns to try to start chipping away at what's going on. I like starting with the Bazine. Philip has both tech and a lot of cards in hand, so Philip has a lot of options too. I think George really needs to get the tech and the Han unit off the board. Both of them are pretty big issues right now.
Kind of starts with tech, and then after you kill tech, Philip plays another tech. Is kind of where we are at this point.
So Bazine gets bounced with an Infus Nest. So Philip is saying that you're probably going to want to play something like a CAD unit for 7, or you're not going to want to replay this Bazine this turn. And if you do, I'm okay with that.
Trying to think. I believe these are the death throws for George in this particular game.
Yeah.
I can't think of how he.
I was trying to think of what his ways are to get back into this.
I'm gonna pull his list up. Yeah, I don't see it. He knows that.
He does replay the Bazine. So, liberated slaves, Kira. Leaving both there. Han goes to base, so George going from 12 to 18.
All right, got his list up. I mean, there's a strong play like CAD unit into Dryden to get an Enfys on his side or something like that. I don't know if he would be positioned to really make that happen.
Well, you have to. That also assumes that Philip doesn't have something like another surprise strike or blaster to have.
I'm dreaming here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, I agree. I think that's what George is looking for because you're at the point where you can't really afford to play. Yeah, George packs it in. Philip takes game 1 here of the grand finals.
Yeah, impressive. He does have Snoke, but the board just wasn't soft enough.
Yeah.
For Snoke.
Also, I believe he didn't draw Snoke, so I think that's what he was probably drawing to was starts with a Snoke and then hope Philip doesn't have an answer. Philip probably had an answer for that. He was looking pretty good from the turn when he was able to tech and waylay the CAD unit, and then went from that into DJ. Those two turns really, like, George really lost control of the board there and was never able to get it back.
Yeah, in those positions, I like to imagine that I had complete control over which 2 cards I draw next, and say, okay, is there a way for me to get out of this? What about the next 4 cards I draw next? If I could completely control that, is there a way to get out of this? So they are going to go to sideboarding. Our backup match is nothing.
This is the grand finals.
This is the grand finals.
There is no bronze medal match going on.
Here's our backup match.
Wow.
Oh.
Was that a Finn showcase?
It was. Was it? What is it?
No, it's a Lando showcase. Our backup match is a Lando showcase.
Piles of dice.
And a coffee.
some sort of wrappers, maybe. We got to move those dice. And back to George and Phil. So reviewing their lists during sideboarding.
Yeah.
It's been a long weekend. How's this been for you, Jeff?
It's been a ton of fun. I am very tired and very excited. I wasn't sure how much of a voice I would have when I woke up this morning, but it's holding out. It's holding out for today.
Today's the first day that I started to feel it crack a little bit. I needed to get some water.
Yeah, I've been drinking a lot of water today.
It's been amazing having everyone here in town, not just our own teammates who we're kind of spread all over the place. We don't get to see each other in person a lot, but then like meeting Ophir, Wu, meeting Tata for the first time, Alex, the whole McClunky team, the secret team, a lot of people I haven't met. These guys were amazing players this weekend. Like they played well. They're not just known to be good players. They played well.
Yeah, Hawaha Gaming talking about people hiding the number of cards they side in. That is a very common thing to do in high-level gaming. You really, it's like Bjorn saying, you don't want to volunteer any information, but also if you know how many, like, especially if you don't want to side in much or want to side in everything, if Philip sees George bring in 12 cards, he can guess a lot of the cards that came in. And like one thing that you'll see in a lot of high level, like you see it in Magic tournaments with pro players, what they do is they shuffle their entire sideboard into their deck and then pick the cards to take out. And that's another way to hide how many cards you've sideboarded.
Especially with these lists in front of them, like Phil could look at the list, and they're both doing it.
Yeah.
Phil could look at the list, George could look at the list and say, okay, there's 3 cards that I'm like 99% sure they're bringing in. And then if they see that the opponent brought in 5 cards, they can look at that sideboard again and say, oh, they brought in 2 more.
Yeah.
And then kind of deduce, oh, I didn't think they were going to bring this in, but they did. So you don't want that kind of information known to your opponent. I believe you can side up in Star Wars Unlimited.
Yes, you just can't go you can't go above 10 cards in your sideboard or below 50 in your main deck.
So it's not true that you can't go above 60, because you could start with a 54 card deck. Say if you're playing in like the UK or Germany or France, you might have a 54 card deck and 10 card sideboard. You could go all the way up to 64.
You can go up as many as you want.
That's true.
There's no maximum deck size.
You don't have to be in Europe to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, going above 60 is only a problem if you started at 50.
Right.
If you started at 100, you can go up to 110.
That's exactly right. I haven't seen a deck size limit in the rules. There's a physical limit to your deck size.
Well, the rules in Magic at least are that you have to be able to like shuffle your deck.
Yeah. So people will show up with like a cube size box for their decks for like some of their decks.
And Jake, I often open, not really open sideboard. I often don't take a lot of, I often don't care if my opponent sees what I'm doing, because most of the time I'm playing Swiss and I'm playing not open deck lists, so I'm just not worried. I'm more focused on what I'm doing.
The face cam.
So